to work on various panels and various committees and various policy commission of the NESG. But then, like we do in NESG, once we see that you work in the interest of the nation, we just throw you in there. And we've had to throw the entire Sahel consulting into a number of work around the agri-policy space, ranging from zero hunger, averting food crisis, and currently she's still working representing the NESG at the development of the National Development Plan and the Nigeria Agenda 2050. My joy is that they spent 10 years. I see them doing much more than 10 years, and I look forward to their commitment to ensuring that zero hunger, ensuring that the SDG goals are attained, and ensuring that Nigeria works for all of us. Congratulations to Monzo and Indidi, this wonderful work, and all the staff that have supported them. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Sahel. This is just the beginning for you. We have no doubts that you will continue on this trajectory to transform Nigeria.
Congratulations, Mezwe and his team. On behalf of Koshari's farm and management, I would like to congratulate Sahel Group for 10th anniversary of their doing business in Nigeria and partnership with us. You guys been wonderful. You brought a lot of insight into our board, and we really thank you for partnering with us.
Sahel was established by Africans who are passionate about transforming the agriculture and nutrition landscape and creating strong agricultural sector-led economic growth on the continent. In 2008, one of Sahel's co-founders began to provide consulting and advisory services for a range of private, public, and development organizations in Burkina Faso, Ghana, Liberia, Mali, Nigeria, and Senegal. These experiences provided further exposure to the gaps in the agricultural sector and deepened a desire to catalyze positive change.
I've been associated with Sahel for a very, very long time. Probably 20 years ago, we met in different spaces of development live. And having set up Sahel, I got a lot more involved with this farm, and I've also used them to do some incisive work for me. And I came away hugely impressed by their huge social capital, the delicate relationship they have with key players in the agricultural industry, with which they now unleash their expertise in reaching out and connecting with those same people to have this wealth of information that informs how they do analysis, and I'm hugely impressed with that.
The principals subsequently formally established and incorporated Sahel Capital Partners and Advisory Limited in late 2010 to focus on agriculture-specific consulting engagements. The number, scope, and depth of the mandates increased over the years as Sahel Capital demonstrated sectorial expertise. In 2013, Sahel Capital was selected as the fund manager for the Fund for Agricultural Finance in Nigeria, otherwise known as FAFIN.
I first met Sahel Capital in 2013. At the time, I was working in Nigeria alongside the Nigerian Federal Ministry of Agriculture to develop a new and innovative fund that would help contribute to transforming the agricultural sector in Nigeria. This new fund that we wanted to create, the Fund for Agricultural Finance in Nigeria, called short FAFIN, was to provide creative and innovative, tailor-made patient capital that is required desperately by the SMEs in that space to transform and flourish. In order to determine who would run FAFIN, we ran, across Nigeria and internationally, an open and highly competitive tender process. We ultimately selected Sahel Capital, a choice we still feel very excited about today. The reason we selected Sahel Capital was the team's in-depth knowledge in the agricultural space and the passion for agricultural transformation in Nigeria. It was our trust and belief in Sahel's team that led KfW, on behalf of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, jointly with the Nigerian Federal Ministry of Agriculture and the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, to anchor and launch FAFIN in 2014.
Our investment in FAFIN in 2014 was one of NSI's first interventions to further develop Nigeria's agriculture sector. What caught our attention at the time was Sahel's combination of operational experience alongside investment expertise. I've had the distinct privilege to represent NSI on FAFIN's Oversight Committee over the past 6 years, and I've seen firsthand the depth of Sahel Capital's commitment to finding, to investing in, and working with agribusiness SMEs to optimize and grow their businesses.
The agricultural sector is extremely important to the economic development objectives of the Nigerian government and the Federal Ministry of Finance. There is a need for a more long-term and creative funding to be directed to support agribusiness SMEs across Nigeria. It is precisely for this reason that we at the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning have been quite bullish in supporting Sahel Capital and FAFIN over the past 6 years. FAFIN's current portfolio with 7 investments in 6 different states and 4 geopolitical zones highlight the breadth of Sahel Capital's approach. We expect Sahel to do more in the years ahead.
In 2014, FAFIN was launched with $32.9 million in capital, and over the subsequent years, Sahel Capital raised additional funds to bring its debt fund to $65.9 million in capital commitments. During this period, Sahel Capital expanded both its consulting and private equity teams, and additional partners joined the firm. In late 2016, Sahel Capital separated its management consulting and private equity businesses, and Sahel Capital Agribusiness Managers was established. In February 2018, Sahel Capital Partners and Advisory Limited changed its name to Sahel Consulting Agriculture and Nutrition Limited to fully embrace its mandate as a consulting company and its focus on the agriculture and nutrition landscapes.
I have to say that one of the big things, the KEPs that makes Sahel stands out in the industry is their delivery and organizational discipline. They can organize and deliver work to the appreciation of the customer and deliver on time. And secondly, there is a lot of incisive analysis and compelling presentation technique that will give you all the information. And once this is done to a public audience, it grips people because of the richness of the analysis. And I also commend their ability to use data analytics to inform program analysis and design. And lately, I want to call out on their project management chiefs. I have asked them to manage initially one program for me on dairy development in Nigeria, and we work very hard with them along with my other colleagues in BMGF to do some starting pilot work that help everybody to learn about approaches for enhancing smallholder dairy development in our country, and they did styling work, especially in critical relationship building with the private sector-led processors. And it is my fervent hope that Sahel will develop into a compelling consultancy and project management firm that will become the go-to firm in the development space in agriculture in Nigeria.
We look at the industry generally and give credit to Sahel for the push it is given on to all the players in the ecosystem. And one area that we must give credit to them is their support for the Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, Quadrant, which I'm the president. Outside our individual companies, now as an industry, Aldin is supporting the association in areas of advocacy, in areas of research and access to data, and support in areas of policy framework by the concerned ministries. And I wish them success and congratulations for the perseverance. It's not easy, and I hope we'll have good reason to celebrate 20 years and the next decade?
We're very proud of our partnership with Sahel. We are implementing partners of the Aldin program with Sahel as the lead. We've also been fortunate to have Sahel help Technocell produce the first ever business case for food fortification in Nigeria. Sahel has consistently demonstrated their passion for Nigeria, their love for agriculture, their never say die attitude, their focus on building leaders for tomorrow, their attention to details, and their continuous pursuit for perfection in everything that they do.
To re-strategize our business, we realized the strong need to collaborate with a key partner who can provide us financial and apt industry knowledge to achieve our anticipated growth and development. We found Sahel Capital as the ideal partner to achieve our goals and aspirations. Fafen investment in our company in 2019 has not only provided us with the needed capital for growth, but has contributed appropriate operational strategy as well, and that has yielded to sound business development.
Africa is naturally endowed for agricultural excellence, and yet the continent remains a net importer of food, struggles with malnutrition, undernutrition, and rising levels of obesity. With its population expected to reach 2.4 billion people by 2050, coupled with the forecasted negative impact of climate change on yields within and outside sub-Saharan Africa, these indices are projected to worsen, further impacting health, education, and employment outcomes unless we take urgent, coordinated, and strategic steps to transform the continent's agriculture and food sectors. In this context, there are emerging groups of dynamic, visionary, and committed entrepreneurs operating in the African agriculture and food landscapes. Yet, many of them struggle for survival in very difficult and often hostile environments. As a direct response to their needs, Sahel Consulting launched Nourishing Africa in September 2019, a digital knowledge and membership platform aimed at helping agri-food entrepreneurs scale their businesses. The mission of Nourishing Africa is to drive the profitable and sustainable growth of the African agriculture and food landscapes by attracting, empowering, equipping, connecting, and celebrating over 1 million dynamic and innovative young African agripreneurs.
Mastercard Foundation, in its footprints to ensure that 10 million young Nigerians obtain fulfilling and dignifying work till 2030, partnered with Sahel Consulting in September 2019, and funded Sahel Consulting to enable it set up NourishingAfrica.com platform. And this was born out of Sahel's need to help agri-food entrepreneurs who were struggling to survive in the hostile.
All right, thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning to every one of us present here. I say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to our participants online from different parts of the world. My name is Zuleyhat Belagubir, and I'll be your host for today's special event. I deserve a round of applause, don't I? Thank you. All right, on behalf of Sahel Consultant Agriculture and Nutrition Limited, the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, AGRA, GIZ, and the European Union, I am delighted to welcome you to the Sahel Food Systems Changemakers Conference 2022. I'd like to especially welcome and appreciate the presence of our dignitaries, guest speakers, partners, sponsors, entrepreneurs, stakeholders, and our online audience from across Africa and the world who have joined today and partnered with us to make this event possible. I thank each of you for taking the time in your busy schedule to join us today. So, as the first order of business for today, could we rise and recite the national prayer? Thank you. So we'll be taking on the second stanza. O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. God bless Nigeria. Please, you may be seated. Well, I'd like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Mahmoud Abubakar Mohammed, who is ably represented by Director, Federal Department of Agriculture, Mr. Okata. He would soon be here. His Excellency is here with us already, Otumba Deni Adebayo, the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Trade and Investment. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, Mrs. Olusolaidu, right? The Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, and the National Convener of the Nigeria Food System Summit Dialogue. And also would like to recognize Mr. Marcus Wagner, Country Director of GIZ, our partners and co-sponsors for this critical event. They would soon join us. As soon as they arrive, we get to recognize them once more. So I know the question in our minds right now is, why this conference, right? And why now? Well, don't worry. Our presence here attests to the importance of the theme of this conference, curbing the Nigerian food crisis, ensuring resilience and sustainability in the agribusiness landscape. Despite Nigeria's huge potential for food production, it is becoming increasingly difficult for the growing population to keep up with the soaring food prices as stable prices have risen for the third consecutive year. This has been further exacerbated by factors such as unpredictable weather patterns that make planning crop cycles difficult, worsening insecurity, and the resultant displacement of persons, as well as other supply chain shocks like COVID-19, as seen in recent years. Now, more than ever, there is an urgency to push for innovative and practical strategies to strengthen the Nigerian agribusiness landscape towards building a safe, sustainable, and resilient food system. The focus must shift to the development of business models that encourage local sourcing of raw materials, value addition in the country, and promote the consumption of made-in-Nigeria products. Without further ado, we'll dive into the agenda for the day, which you can access by scanning the QR code behind your event pass. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have an amazing lineup of speakers today and lots of opportunities for you to engage you all in the various conversations. So, if you may allow me to introduce the managing partner of Sahel Consultant, Mr. Temitope Adegore, to give us the welcoming remarks.
Your Excellencies, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Permanent Secretaries and Senior Officials of the Government, the Country Director of the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Nigeria, in Africa, HAGRA, and the Country Director of GIZ, development organizations here present, donor organizations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I'm highly honored to welcome you all to the Sahel Food Systems Changemakers Conference. And I want to thank you all for taking the time out of your very busy schedules to join us today. It is delightful to see many friends, thought leaders, experts, and champions of the Nigerian food system in the room today. Thank you so much for coming. I want to specifically thank the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa team, the GIZ team, and the team from the European Union for partnering with us to organize this very important and timely conference in Nigeria. I also deeply appreciate the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for the continued support of our efforts at Sahel Consulting. Thank you so much. Sahel Consulting is committed to transforming Africa's agriculture and nutrition landscape through collaboration with various agencies, including government agencies and parastatals, the private sector, leading international development organizations to conduct in-depth market research across key value chains, analyze and shape policies, develop strategies, launch innovative ecosystem solutions and businesses, organize convenings just like this one, and provide training programs that promote sustainable agricultural development across the continent. We believe that the private sector plays a catalytic role in driving growth in the agricultural and nutrition landscape across the continent, particularly in Nigeria. And we're also very intentional in the design and implementation of all our projects, putting the private sector as a major anchor of all our initiatives. We also believe that sustainable impact in the food ecosystem can only be delivered through collaboration with various stakeholders along the value chain to execute projects and interventions. We partner with the support of various organizations, that are intervening across the sector, intervening in policy, innovation, and technology to create a strong ecosystem and foster growth in the agricultural sector in Nigeria. In collaboration with a range of partners, we've implemented several high-impact intervention programs. And many of these programs cut across several value chains and themes. And they're really focused on addressing some of the complex issues in the Nigerian agricultural sector. We currently implement projects focused on the dairy value chain, the yam value chain, rice, cassava, just to mention a few of the value chains where we currently work. We also support policy development. We support policy implementation. We support market and seed system development programs as well. Based on our work in the landscape and also our engagement with various stakeholders, we know that it is becoming increasingly difficult for the growing population to keep up with the soaring food prices currently in Nigeria, as staple prices have risen for the third consecutive year, despite Nigeria's huge potential for food production. This has been further exacerbated and complicated by various factors, such as the unpredictable weather conditions, of course, the invasion of Russia to Ukraine, a number of issues, climate change, and number of issues that are actually beyond our control. A lot of externalities that are actually, beyond what we should be suffering from. Of course, worsening by insecurity, and the resulting displacement of various persons, as well as other supply chain shocks like COVID-19, as we've seen in recent years. But we strongly believe that now more than ever, there is an urgency for innovative and practical strategies to strengthen the Nigerian agribusiness landscape towards building safe, sustainable, and resilient food system. The focus must shift to the development of very vibrant business models that would help us encourage local sourcing of raw materials in the country. If we source raw materials in the country, of course, we won't have been hit with or by wars happening in other parts of the world that are completely out of our our control, we need to encourage value addition in country. We need to make sure that what we produce here stay here, and actually we add value here for us to be able to lift our people out of poverty and ensure that we make food available. And we need to promote consumption of made in Nigeria products. And these are key issues that Sahel Consulting is really very passionate about. This reality motivated us as Sahel Consulting to organize this conference in collaboration with the co-laborers, I call them co-laborers in the food systems, to address these issues of the Nigerian food and agricultural sector by boosting innovative private sector-led solutions to improve local economies and livelihoods in an environmentally sustainable manner. This conference is themed Curbing the Nigeria Food Crisis, ensuring resilience and sustainability in the agribusiness landscape. And you will agree with me that this discussion is quite timely. And I want to quickly highlight some of the key objectives of the conference today so that we set ourselves on the right path. The first is that we need to identify critical steps to curtailing the food crisis by taking lessons from COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine and Russia. We need to highlight success factors for developing private sector-led initiatives to drive transformation in the Nigerian agribusiness landscape. The third one is that we need to highlight emerging solutions and innovative business models in the agri-food landscape to promote resilience in food systems. The fourth objective is to facilitate dialogue between stakeholders on the urgent need to position private sector-led strategies as a sustainable option for a resilient food system. The last one is that we need to develop a clear roadmap for multi-sector collaboration to curtail food crisis in Nigeria. Many of us seated in the room this morning, we've done a lot of work individually, but we need to also ask ourselves if we've actually done enough working together to address these issues. We do not intend to convey you all here this morning for another talk show. We are hopeful that by the time the conference is over today, we would not have only addressed or discussed and overflogged all of those issues, but we would have identified concrete and practical steps for building our food systems and agreed on a framework to hold each other accountable. Sahel Consulting is well positioned to partner with all the relevant organizations here today to implement the intervention ideas and strategies from our discussion and to provide support for sustainable business models to achieve accelerated growth. I will stop here. I want to wish us all a very productive conference. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Timmy. Beautiful. All right, earlier on I said we could, scan our pass, with our phones, the QR code at the back of our pass. Please, can we do that now, please, so that we don't forget? Okay, so I'll call on the next speaker. Of course, I was told he has to leave on time, right? So please join me in welcoming His Excellency Otunba Adeniyi Adebayo, the Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Investment. Please put your hands together for him as he comes on stage.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here today, and I bring greetings from the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. I'm delighted by the theme of this conference, Curbing the Nigeria Food Crisis, Ensuring Resilience and Sustainability in the Agribusiness Landscape. Food safety and security, and sometimes inevitably hunger,
have been of global concern since the beginning of time. Let me remind you that the first Millennium Development Goal was to eradicate extreme poverty and hunger. That particular challenge has lingered, and zero hunger remains one of the Sustainable Development Goals, a goal even more pertinent today. The world is yet to fully recover from the socio-economic repercussions of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the Russia-Ukraine conflict brings with it another major threat to the global economy. A reduction in inputs from China and a growing backlog of European imports due to the conflict have negatively affected people the world over. The Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, believes that, and I quote, "Food safety is everyone's responsibility and therefore everyone's business," unquote. Hence, this theme is especially important as it is at the heart of global survival. The UN reports that global food prices have been rising since the first quarter of this year, and for Nigeria, food crisis has been fueled by insecurity and climate concerns with a rise in flooding in many parts of the country. Despite these challenges, Nigeria remains one of the most blessed countries on earth when it comes to its capacity to produce food. Our production of sesame, cocoa, rice, and many other crops is enviable. The federal government of Nigeria has also identified priority food items, and we aim to boost their production. These include palm oil and cassava. And as such, we are currently encouraging investors to invest in the oil palm and cassava sectors. There is a market opportunity of almost $1 billion in the production of oil palm and its derivatives to close the demand gap currently being met by imports. We are also the largest producers of cassava in the world, yet we import over 95% of industrial use cassava starch. If we could produce that cassava starch locally, we would create a market opportunity of over $400 million. We are actively seeking investment into the value chain through strategic partnerships. And companies like Okomu and Presco are already doing a lot, even though a lot more is still required. The backward integration plan of the federal government supports investors interested in boosting domestic capacity of primary and secondary production for many products with the required policy framework. For dairy, we are currently in the process of concluding the National Dairy Policy, which will guide the production and processing of dairy products in the country. We have also commenced the implementation of the Nigerian National Quality Policy, which is aimed at putting in place the necessary regulatory framework, institutions, and physical infrastructure to ensure that Nigeria's products meet global standards. These are some of the federal government's efforts aimed at attracting investments, improving the food ecosystem, and ensuring a confident future for our youth. I would like to reiterate my sincere appreciation to Sahel Consulting for the great work they are doing in promoting the development of the agricultural sector in Nigeria. I thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Well, I think we can do better than that. And another round of applause, please. We thank His Excellency Otumba Deni, the Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry, Trade, and Investment. He had to pat me on the back there. Okay, you forgot my office once again. Pardon me for that. I believe it's because the place is hot, right? Don't worry. We're working on it. Thank you so much. I understand that you have to go, sir. Thank you so much. We really, really appreciate your coming here today. Indeed, is going to work you out. Thank you for being here. Please, another round of applause for His Excellency. Okay, so we continue with the rest of the proceedings. Thank you, sir. For those joining us, I'd say welcome once again. Thank you for being here today. It's with great pleasure that we're welcoming you, or, for taking out time from your busy schedule to be here with us today. All right, so continuing with the rest of the proceedings, we'll now hear from someone who wears many hats, of course. She's the national convener of the Nigeria Food System Summit Dialogue and instrumental to Nigeria's position on food security following the UN Food System Summit, and also the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me as we welcome Mrs. Olushola Idowu. Please put your hands together for her. There she is. I think she deserves another round of applause for coming this early. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Good morning. Well, the minister just left, and I'm also leaving almost immediately after delivering this presentation. I welcome you all to this meeting this morning, and it's my pleasure to be part of this very important event holding here today. This conference, which is being organized by Sahel Consulting Agriculture and Nutrition Limited and our allied partners, was premised on the need to provide sustainable strategic solution to food crisis in Nigeria, and is being titled Changemakers Conference. Distinguished participants, I would like to start my goodwill message by appreciating the organizers for their focus and tenacity in transforming Africa's agriculture and nutrition landscape. Worthy of commendation was your support in organizing a number of food system dialogues in 2021. Permit me to draw inference from the report of the Nigerian Demographic and Health Survey of 2018, which estimated that 2.5 million of children under 5 are suffering from severe acute malnutrition, which is a common factor in most developing countries across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that it is pathetically worrisome that Nigeria is at the risk of facing huge economic loss in billions of dollars, lost productivity, and needless public health expenses if we do not urgently implement result-driven actions in some critical sectors. I'd like to state that as part of our resolve to move the nutrition agenda forward, we prioritize nutrition in the National Development Plan. In this regard, nutrition constitutes one of the key pillars of the National Development Plan 2021 to 2025. This is in addition to the eccentric diversification of our country with agriculture through the continuum of its entire value chain, now contributing significantly to our economy. It suffices to state here that we remain committed to implementing all the recommendations made in the National Food System Transformation Pathways by about 4,000 participants who made their voices heard in over 40 well-coordinated dialogues that we organize collaboratively with our stakeholders. In this regard, some priorities actions have also been selected for implementation from the Nigerian Food System Transformation Pathway. We have also developed implementation plan for the 3 programs selected for implementation in 2022. As a step further, a zonal sensitization workshop was successfully organized to present the identified priority actions for food systems transformation pathways in Nigeria, to state and discuss the roles of state governments in the implementation of the 3 programs selected to run with in 2022. Plans are also underway to organize a national sensitization workshop next week, precisely on the 23rd of September, and most likely in this same venue. And it is our desire that all partners, including states, including Sahel Consulting, will continue to support the various federal government's efforts aimed at making our food system more resilient and more sustainable. Let me conclude by emphasizing that the fact that destruction of our food system claims chains owing to adverse effects of COVID-19 pandemic, the ongoing war in Ukraine, insecurity, high cost of food, and climate change have continued to pose a threat to us as a country in our drive to achieving a sustainable development goal number 2, that is zero hunger. As everyone has been saying, that we have a 3C burden of COVID-19, climate change, and crisis. The time to take critical steps to curtail the impending food crisis is now. And I would also like to suggest a 3C approach, that is connect, cooperate, and coordinate. On this note, I want to wish you a fruitful deliberation and say God bless you. Thank you.
Beautiful goodwill message. Please, another round of applause for Mrs. Olusholaidu. God bless you, ma'am. All right, GIZ has been at the forefront of transforming value chains in Nigeria, fostering, financing, and building bridges between the finance community and the agricultural ecosystem. Even though we understand that the representative of GIZ isn't here yet, he'd soon be here, God's willing. All right, it is now time for the Honorable Minister's remarks. Okay. All right, Dr. Muhammad Mahmoud Abubakar, the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, ably represented by the Director, Federal Department of Agriculture, Mr. Ukata. Please, let's put a round of applause, give him a round of applause. Is it too early or we don't want to exercise? Let's exercise. Beautiful. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to stand on the existing protocol. I bring you greetings from the Honorable Minister, Federal Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Muhammad Mahmoud Abubakar. The Honorable Minister would have loved to be here with us, but due to the ongoing National Council on Agriculture in Plateau State, he is unavoidably absent, and I have been detailed to come and make his remarks. I am honored to be here to deliver this address at this Changemakers conference with a theme covering Nigeria's food crisis, ensuring resilience and sustainability in the agricultural landscape. I must say that the theme is apt, considering the food inflation the country is grappling with since the advent of the pandemic, which has now been compounded by the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Let me quickly state that a forum like this, designed to bring together leaders of thoughts and practitioners in the sector to discuss and proffer solutions for the current challenges of resilience and sustainability in agricultural business, is germane and quite timely, with a view in view of our current realities. It is also commendable that it is coming immediately after the just concluded African Green Revolution Forum, as it will help keep the momentum and amplified priorities from the forum that need to be seen through our food system transformation journey. I therefore wish to congratulate and express my sincere appreciation to the organizers of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, in discussing the issue of agribusiness, this forum will be touching on the key essential areas to the country's economic diversification and development, in a manner that speaks to resilience, sustainability, and inclusiveness, a topic very close to the heart of this administration. Agriculture is the mainstay of our economy, thus our surest way to achieving a broad-based growth necessary for development, and speaks directly to the SDG 2 zero hunger and SDG 1 poverty alleviation. However, import dependency is hurting Nigerian farmers, displacing local production, creating rising unemployment, and the twin shocks of the pandemic and Russia-Ukraine conflict have clearly brought to fore brought out our fault lines and weaknesses in the sector. Any further shock in the global food market will increase the vulnerability of our food security and agribusiness. Therefore, as part of the process to end hunger, achieve food security, and promote sustainability agriculture, the ministry is developing improved and high-yielding varieties of crops, breeds of livestock, fisheries species that are disease-resistant, climate-tolerant for the production of safe and quality commodities in the country. Research initiatives on improved processes, techniques, and technologies to facilitate best practices and enhance agricultural commodity production and processing for optimal output have been developed. To reduce dependence on synthetic fertilizers, the ministry is promoting use of organic products and integrated soil fertility management to maximize agronomic use efficiency and improve crop productivity. The federal government of Nigeria is promoting all year-round farming activities by imploring the country's water bodies to curtail the devastating effect of drought and flooding to boost food production. Farmer-led irrigation development is using a variety of pump technologies is part of the ministry's strategies to provide supplementary irrigation during dry spells and early cessation of rain, as well as to boost dry season farming. Government has put in place the National Livestock Transformation Plan to encourage ranching, breed improvement, dairy and meat production, and the promotion of security in order to minimize the incidence of farmer-herder conflicts in Nigeria. On the issue of input supply, government has liberalized the sector with over 114 privately owned fertilizer/blending plants in Nigeria to support farmer access to fertilizer. Nigeria is self-sufficient in urea production thanks to supporting environment that made possible key investors by the organized private sector. Urea is now being exported out of Nigeria. However, source of raw material to produce NPK fertilizer are being diversified to reduce our dependence on the importation of potash from Russia. In the seed sector, laws have been passed that encourage research and investment in releasing high-yielding and climate-smart varieties. Government is also supporting agricultural development program to train and deploy more extension agents worldwide to improve extension service delivery. The ministry's plan in the National Accelerated Fish Production Program is to explore marine and inland water resources, diversify domestic fish species, and achieve sufficiency in national fish requirements. Besides, federal government has again prioritized for export markets and import substitution. Accordingly, attention is focused on value chain development of maize, sorghum, rice, wheat, cassava, tomato, yam, cowpea, soybeans, cocoa, oil palm, hibiscus, cashew, potatoes, cotton, groundnut, and sugarcane. Partnership with the private sector and companies to develop end-to-end value chain solution is also being strengthened. The present administration is vigorously strengthening the Zero Reject initiative along with commodity standardization program to reduce bottlenecks and entrench best practices in the food system for domestic consumption and export. In addition to the various development finance windows with the Central Bank of Nigeria and NISA, efforts are being made to resuscitate Bank of Agriculture and Nigerian Agricultural Insurance Corporation through restructuring and recapitalization to widen available options for finance to the sector. The ministry is also of the view that fundamental issues which restrict the realization of the full potential of the agricultural sector have to be tackled before any policy or program can be expected, can have the expected meaningful impact on the country's agricultural economy. So there is a paradigm shift to the systems thinking to identify the catalysts that can bring about systemic change. Also, the approach is now multi-sectoral and collaborative. Noting the importance of policy to the development of the sector, the ministry has developed a coherent and all-inclusive policy to rapidly increase agricultural productivity, promote value addition and competitiveness by deploying appropriate technology and innovations for sustainable agricultural development. The new agricultural policy, which is drawn from the National Development Plan, NDP 2021 to 2025, Sustainable Development Goals, and other frameworks guiding the future trajectory of agriculture is tagged National Agricultural Technology and Innovation Policy, NAPTIP 2022 to 2027. It is a successor policy designed to adopt a mix of short-term, medium-term, multi-stakeholders approach towards resilience, recovery, and growth. It is aimed at achieving a shift from simple subsistence farming into modern agriculture, capable of contributing significantly to the national food security, economic diversification, job and wealth creation. In addition to all this, there is need for value chain actors to tap into the opportunity created by the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement to grow their agribusinesses. Various stakeholders in public and private sectors are collectively working behind the scenes to facilitate the enabling environment for optimum participation in that space. The private sector also has ample opportunity provided by government as outlined above to leverage for optimum participation. It is therefore our hope that this conference will come up with solutions that will add a renewed commitment and vigor to drive forward the efforts and common initiative for food and nutrition security, an environment where businesses thrive, are resilient, sustainable, and inclusive. I wish you all fruitful deliberation and look forward to receiving the outcome of this conference. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, sir, for that beautiful goodwill message. Please, let's give Mr. Ukata another round of applause. We commend the Federal Ministry for its partnership with Sahel, AGRA, and GIZ over the years. Meanwhile, for those of us just joining us, please, we urge you to scan the QR code at the back of your pass. Please kindly do that for us. It's very important. Thank you very much. They say if there's no food, a man turns out to be angry, isn't it? Okay, but I'd like to call Dr. Valentine Ururuka. Oh, please. Sorry about that. I was told Mrs. Olushala needs to leave. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Olushala needs to leave due to her busy schedule. So we're going to take a photo session quickly. All dignitaries here present should kindly join. Thank you. Mrs. Olushalaido, thank you very much, ma'am, for being here with us. Please, another round of applause for her as she takes her leave. All right. Moving on with the proceedings, I would like to call Dr. Valentine Ururuka, the Deputy Director, Financial Policy and Regulation Department, CBN, onto the stage, ably representing the Deputy Governor of CBN, Mrs. Aisha Ahmed, to deliver the final goodwill message. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for Mr. Ururuka. I hope I didn't murder your name, sir. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister, Federal Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar, ably represented by the Director, the Honorable Minister, Federal Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, His Excellency, Otumba Adeniyi Adebayo, although he's left, we recognize his presence, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Mrs. Olushola Idowu, who just left. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability, Mrs. Aisha Ahmad, who is unavoidably unavailable because of prior commitments, it's my honor and pleasure to deliver our goodwill message at this conference. I'm delighted to join you at this Changemakers conference and commend Sahel Consulting and their partners for this unique and important conference. Indeed, an assembly of critical stakeholders in one room to deliberate on the conference theme is a crucial part of concerted efforts to curb food crisis in Nigeria. Let me begin the remarks today by charging us all that the responsibility for enhancing food security in Nigeria rests upon all of us. In 2022 already, we have witnessed globally record high food prices that have caused food crisis and driven millions of people into extreme poverty. I believe we must all be aware of the growing number of food trade restrictions already put in place by several countries. These are aimed at increasing their domestic food supply and reducing the inflationary food prices in their countries. According to the World Bank Group, at least 23 countries, as at August 2022, have implemented 33 food export bans, and at least 7 other countries have implemented 11 export limiting measures. In Nigeria, the commitment to achieve national food security has been on the front burner of the present administration. The federal government, through the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, has mapped out strategic policies geared towards attaining national food security, some of which the director in the opening remark has already mentioned. In addition, CBN's developmental initiatives have proactively
and progressively galvanized agricultural production towards meeting the requirements of Nigeria's growing population. The bank has intervened in agricultural value chains for wheat, paddy, cotton, maize, cocoa, oil palm, sesame, cassava, maize, amongst others. And the bank's flagship initiative, the Anchor Borrowers Program, is focused on sustaining food supply and food security, and is designed to provide critical support to smallholder farmers across the country, whilst leveraging land assets towards diversifying the economy. Very recently, presidential approval for the repositioning of the Nigerian Commodity Exchange was obtained, consolidating the numerous efforts of the federal government under the current administration to enhance food security in Nigeria. The revitalization of the NCS is a strategic initiative that will not only rejuvenate the exchange, but is certain to galvanize the commodity trading and food ecosystem. The reposition of the NCS into a vibrant commodity exchange would enhance post-harvest handling, reduce post-harvest losses by farmers, guarantee effective pricing for farmers, minimize the adverse effect of middlemen, among others. For me, conferences like this one is important for developing countries like Nigeria that are faced with the challenge of maximizing the agricultural growth potential to attain buoyant and sustainable food ecosystem. There are untapped synergies among relevant stakeholders and strategic partners, as well as underutilized collaborative efforts in terms of sharing useful hard and soft skills and bridging the gap between technological knowledge and other necessary skills required to achieve sustainable food production in Nigeria. Though it might appear that the food system in the country today is not set up to deal with the looming food crisis, I wish to express optimism about Nigeria's capacity to achieve food self-sufficiency within the shortest time possible. This, I believe, is achievable with a deliberate intention to target increase in cultivation in terms of hectares of farms, investments in hermetic and mobile food storage systems like cocoons and grain pouches, development of model storage facilities with bulk capacity and long preservation features, and not so ambitious 2 cycles of production which will trigger a continuous drop in food prices in the country. Considering the theme of this conference, I think there is some acknowledgement of the need to rethink how we design, finance, and implement actions and investments needed to improve agribusiness and rural development, which are essential to achieving agricultural transformative adaptation. It will be interesting to hear what ideas emerge as to what can really be done to break the barriers in food systems transformation that has hamstrung the country for so long. All such ideas need to be harnessed and disseminated for the benefit of the country. And this Changemakers conference will certainly yield several useful learnings. Let me end as I started with a charge to all participants in this conference. This is a clarion call for all hands to be on deck to shore up Nigeria's agricultural output to ensure food security, resilience, and sustainability in the agribusiness landscape. Finally, let me once again commend the conveners of this Changemakers conference for the time and effort put in. I am confident that the resources and experiences assembled here will contribute sound and knowledgeable discourse to the conference theme, which I think is very apt. I must also thank you all for your support of the federal government's endeavors to transform the agricultural sector. I wish you all a very fruitful conversation. Thank you for your kind attention.
All hands must be on deck to ensure agricultural food security in Nigeria. The Director of Financial Policy and Regulation Department, CBN, Dr. Valentine Ururuka there. Please, another beautiful round of applause for a beautiful goodwill message representing the Deputy Governor of CBN, Mrs. Aisha Ahmed. All right, earlier on I said GIZ has been at the forefront of transforming value chains in Nigeria, fostering, financing, and building bridges between the finance community and the agricultural ecosystem. Please join me in welcoming the Country Director, Mr. Marcus Wagner, to give a goodwill message.
Good morning to you all. Thank you very much for the introduction. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Permanent Secretaries, Directors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear partners. It is a great pleasure for me, and we're very grateful to be invited to actively support this very worthy event around food security, which, as you know, is one of the top priorities for the German government and thus also for GIZ. Most of us here are aware of the German government's support to Nigeria in pursuit of food security over many years. This has been done through the implementation of numerous programs to strengthen multiple agricultural value chains and to increase competitiveness and trade. GIZ currently operates throughout the country in various agricultural value chains, providing assistance to institutions ranging from small farmers at grassroots levels, organizations, to small businesses and national as well as local government. But what is very important is that we include businesses to provide additional support to smallholder farmers. These include regional and global programs like MOVE, like the Green Innovation Centers and others, as well as bilateral programs focused specifically on economic growth and job creation that support agricultural value chains such as CEDIN, but also our other programs that focused on energy and vocational training have also considerations around food security through their green cooking, but also the TVET interventions. We have developed policies targeting the root causes of food insecurity and developed advocates and champions that are able to offer technically sound and viable solutions to the challenges facing Nigeria to inspire the required change. GIZ is supporting climate finance initiatives and the introduction of climate-smart technologies that will improve the climate adaptation and mitigation requirements through different programs. This inclusive business network global program has also interventions in Nigeria to ensure there is a business enabling environment that promotes inclusiveness and support inclusive businesses, not to bring that bring smallholder farmers to the center of the business operations. It is our firm belief that long-term food security is dependent on the private sector, and this is why we work with the private sector. And let me just recall the sayings of the African economist Carlos Lopez, who strongly puts a stance on the competitiveness of African agriculture and not to consider it as a charitable and dependent sector. Long-term food security is, of course, dependent on sustainable environmental and social outcomes. GIZ has collaborated with Nigerian and international experts to promote innovation in renewable energy and responsible land use strategies. These approaches are intended to mitigate against climate risk and to also offer alternative solutions to producers facing reduced access to essential inputs and other factors such as imported fertilizer. We are, as I said, a firm believer in partnerships with both the public and the private sector to ensure the sustainable replicability of all approaches, and this conference is definitely a very good and clear example of how everyone can come together to jointly promote viable solutions to address the current food security challenges. We believe that these public and private sector dialogues are fundamental to come up with a clear roadmap that will highlight that whatever needs to be done with clear timelines and responsibilities for everyone. And we know all about the very, very important, basic importance of food security. And let me just recall to you the words of Ousmane Diagana, from the World Bank, who said that if you don't pay attention to food security and nutrition during pregnancy and for the first couple of years, then you might as well spare all school fees later on. So you see what it means for the human capital and the development of a nation. And how to get there? Well, there are many roadmaps. We are indeed very excited today as we deeply believe that this is the commencement of a stimulating initiative for Nigeria that will highlight the required roadmap, guarantee the very much needed food security for the country. And what I wish are the three ingredients Carlos Lopez always cites when it comes to achieve it. It's ambition, sophistication, and consistency. And this is what I think is needed in this country and where we would like to contribute and play our role. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very much for making the time to be part of this event today, and we hope that our input would prove fruitful in the debate as we look forward to more collaboration in the future. I'm very happy to give to you my first intervention of this type here in Nigeria, because I've just arrived, let's say, 10 days ago, and we wish all attending this conference an enjoyable experience. I thank you very much.
Country Director, GIZ, Mr. Marcus Wagner. Another round of applause for him, please. One thing I have been picking from all the goodwill messages here is about food, food, food. He said if you don't pay attention to food insecurity, you might as well spend all the school fees. Very true, right? Okay, let's move on to the next agenda. We are delighted to hear from the Interim Director of Agriculture for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to deliver the keynote address. We'll now play a video from Dr. Enoch Chikava's pre-recorded video. So please, attention on the screen.
My name is Enoch Chikava. I'm the Interim Director of the Agricultural Development Program at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I'm very excited to be joining you virtually, and I wish I could be there in person. As you know, we are in the middle of a very difficult moment for Africa's food system. The question today is going to be how are we going to respond to it. So first, there is a need for immediate action to be addressing the most severe problems at hand. So efforts to support organizations like the World Food Program to provide food aid to the people, many of whom are in the rural households in Africa, must be accelerated. And these people are at the brink of a major disaster. As we deal with the immediate threats, we also must embrace today's food crisis as a call to action to invest in long-term solutions. In Africa, that work revolves around smallholder farmers. They are the most important players for building sustainable, resilient food systems. Today, climate change looms as a major threat to their ability to lead a food systems transformation. But we are not lacking in solutions to help them adapt. Crop breeders are developing a new generation of stress-tolerant crop varieties. For example, in Nigeria, the Next Gen cassava project is transforming work around Africa's second most important crop. There are digital innovations that can provide the early warning systems of climate-related threats. Digital soil maps are helping farmers restore degraded lands. Some of the most exciting solutions are emerging from the creative minds in the private sector. In Kenya, for example, there is a business called Pula that uses advances in data analysis to provide affordable crop and livestock insurance to smallholder farmers. For many of these farmers, it's going to be the first time they have ever been able to purchase crop or livestock insurance. The problem is not the shortage of solutions and tools, but the problem is the shortage of investments to take these solutions to scale. I know that this meeting is being held at a moment of great peril, especially in Nigeria right now. But we must also keep in mind that we are living in times of great promise. There are new tools and technologies and farming methods that can support more resilient food systems. There are new tools. There are also agricultural alliances forming in the public and private sector. There are more and more innovators in the new tech hubs of Africa, like the Nigeria's Yaka Corn Valley, who are directing their energies and minds towards agriculture. I also believe there is a new consensus emerging that we must act now, and we must act boldly. I want to thank you again for giving me this chance to share my thoughts with you. I look forward to be seeing you very soon on the continent and to be hearing the great discussions and actions coming out of your conference. Thank you very much.
Director of Agriculture for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Dr. Enoch Chikava. That was this video we just watched. And I was told that Dr. Valentine Ururuka has to leave. Please, would take a photo shoot before he leaves, please. So photographers are ready, sir. Dignitaries present, kindly come forward for a photo shoot with him, and then we'll move on to the next agenda. All right, the hall is getting filled up. Yes, getting fuller gradually. For those just joining us, please, you can scan the code at the back of your pass. Scan it for us. It's really important. Kindly do that for us, please. Thank you. All right, thank you very much, Dr. Valentine Ururuka. We really appreciate you coming here today. All right, as he takes his leave, we're going to jump onto the next agenda. Thank you for coming. A huge thank you to our dignitaries for the reverting goodwill messages and call to action to all of us in the food, nutrition, and agribusiness sector. All right, well, to shed more light on Nigeria's trajectory regarding food and nutrition security, I'd like to invite to the stage Mrs. Ndidi Okonkwo Uwuneli, the Executive Chair of Sahel Consultant, founder of the African Food Changemakers Hub, and founder of LIP Africa, to deliver a brief presentation. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for a powerful woman. Oh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. All protocols observed. I like lively rooms, and I just want to thank all of you for making the time to be here. I also want to especially thank GIZ and AGRA. You know, when this idea came to us, we work in the food and agriculture landscape, and we were hearing alarming numbers. And I actually went to the EU conference, and I was sitting next to my good friend Anna, and I said, Anna, we have to do something about it. Will GIZ partner with us? She said, send me the concept note, we'll think about it. Then the next day, I went to Abuja, and who was visiting? Aggie and her team from AGRA. And I said, can we partner with AGRA? She said, sure. And that's why this conference was born. So without GIZ and AGRA, we wouldn't be sitting here today. So thank you for your partnership. Two dynamic ladies. You see what women can do when we work together. But thank you to these two organizations for believing that we have to get ahead of the problem. You know, many times in Africa, we wait for things to happen and we say, oh, what can we do about it? Now we've seen all the signs. We're experiencing it. We have to get ahead of it and arrest it before it gets worse. And we have the brains in this room and online to do just that. We have a great online community. People are joining in from the UK, the US, all over Africa and Nigeria, saying, what can we do about it and what can private sector do about it in particular? So I have a quick presentation just to share some ideas and to get us started. This is not supposed to be a talk shop. This morning you've heard a lot of goodwill messages, some of you on your phone saying, enough of the goodwill messages, let's get to action. And the truth is, we do believe in action. We've brought entrepreneurs here who are going to be sharing what they're doing, development partners who are sharing what they're doing, but the bulk of the day is going to be you talking with each other in breakout sessions that are practical, saying, what are we going to do around seeds and fertilizer? What are we going to do around food processing, insecurity, finance? And we're going to break into those groups, and our goal is that at the end of this conference, we have a roadmap that says this is what we're going to do. And the truth is, we will hold ourselves accountable. AGRA, GIZ, EU Commission, Sahel, saying, and the Nigerian government, we've heard from the Minister of Trade and Investment, Industry, Trade and Investment, he wants to see what can we do. So has the Minister of Agriculture, Central Bank is fully on board, what can we do? So that's what we hope to achieve. So I have a quick presentation I'll walk you through that just looks at what has been already done. Because oftentimes we think we're starting from a blank slate, and we're not, right? We know that we spent a lot of time deliberating for the UN Food System Summit. My slides aren't moving, so maybe you just move them quickly. Okay, so we all have to agree on the current state of affairs. And today is not to talk about problems, but to talk about solutions. So the first thing we know is that we have double-digit food inflation in the country, and it's a reality. So if you look at many of our value chains, the numbers are alarming, right? I looked at egg, for example. How many of you ate egg for breakfast? So eggs went from 30 naira to 50 naira to 70 naira to 80 naira for one egg. Now, that is supposed to be one of the cheapest forms of protein. But if it's 80 naira, it means the average Nigerian does not eat egg anymore, right? So that's alarming. Now, if we think beyond the double-digit inflation, which is now hovering around 20% for food, in some value chains, it's doubled. The same with fertilizer, right? We've seen fertilizer prices double in our country, and this is pretty alarming. Look at the years that Sahel collected data, 2020, 2021, and look at 2022. the fertilizer prices have doubled. So this is the reality. Now, if fertilizer prices have doubled, what does it mean? Farmers are not going to buy fertilizer. If they don't buy fertilizer, their crop yields are lower. If their crop yields are lower, there's less food in the market. If there's less food in the market, Nigerians are not going to afford food. So this is the reality that we're facing. So how are Nigerians coping? How are they coping? Because everybody has increased their prices. I happen to sit on some boards of major Nigerian companies. They've all increased their prices. Some of them have increased their prices 4 times this year. So when I ask Nigerians, they tell me, well, we're down to 010. Do you know what 010 is? My GIZ director, have you heard what 010 is? 010 is no breakfast, a big lunch, and no dinner. Right? We used to be 011 or 101. Now it's 010. Or what we're seeing in the north is that people are using Maggi cubes with water as their stew. No meat, no fish, nothing. A Maggi cube diluted and boiled. That's stew. Now, what does that impact? It impacts our nutrition. And what does it impact? It impacts our children's development, their brain development, like the GIZ director said. And this is not just generational impact. We're talking about workforce productivity levels, and this is alarming. So we have a classic challenge, and this challenge is real. Now, we know that the UN Food System Summit happened last year, and there were great ideas. The Nigerian government, under leadership of Mrs. Idowu, came up with fantastic ideas around a roadmap. I was in this hall presenting some in February 2021. And there were a lot of ideas, and you can't see these slides, you get these slides later, around improving productivity, around collaboration, around enabling environment, around policies. We also know that under the leadership of the Federal Ministry of Budget and National Planning, we did visioning exercises for Nigeria. We did the Nigerian Vision 2030, 2025, leading up to 2050, and I happen to be the chair of the Commission on Food Security, Rural Development. And we came up with a 10-point agenda, which was very practical. We even have budget numbers around what the state should do, what the federal government should do. How many of you have seen either documents, UN Food Systems report or this one? How many of you? Very few, right? So the reports are there. What are we doing about it? Not much. And that's the challenge, is that in Nigeria, we don't have a issue of reports or ideas. The challenge has been around implementation and collaborative implementation. So I wanted to tell you that these documents are already there, and for those who want to see them, Sahel is happy to provide them to you. They're going to be posted on the conference website for those who need to get them. If this thing doesn't collaborate, I just need you to move the slides, otherwise we'll be here all day. Okay? So there's some critical realities, and why I'm spending time on this is because I don't want this to be the discussion in our breakouts or in our panels. We're saying this is our critical reality. We know the problems, now what are the solutions? So we have critical realities. Many of them have been referenced in the goodwill messages. I just want to mention a few that haven't. We have challenges around gender equity. We have a huge gender gap in our sector. You cannot leave women behind. We have huge challenges around the regulatory environment and consistent policies. And we have a huge challenge around infrastructure and insecurity. And we know that we cannot ignore them. But we have some promising trends. Digital innovations, seed innovations, youth engagement, there are lots of promising trends, and there's lots we can do in that area. So what are some steps and critical emerging solutions? The first is that we need political will at the federal, state, and local level. And we need collaboration amongst the development partners. And I'm so happy to see development partners here, because we need your collaboration. We need your integration, and we need your support. We also need partnerships across the board to address some of these cohesive challenges we have around insecurity, to build a resilient food system. We know that we have a competitive advantage by state. And if we look across our country, every state can pick one value chain that it can be competitive in, and where we can have a comparative advantage. I think it's time that we stop trying to do everything and try to focus on priority value chains. And that's what we decided when we had a policy commission. We said we're going to focus on cassava, we're going to focus on yam, rice, and soya, and maize, if we had to pick those crops. And then in terms of livestock, fish, poultry, and dairy. If we had to pick one vegetable, it would be tomato, but that's it. And if you look across the country, every state can find one of those value chains. We have no business investing in value chains that are called that are so minor and minute in terms of our food security. Beyond our value chains, we also need to prioritize our engagement around how we solve the problems and which problems we tackle. And if we look at the value chains, there are so many problems, right? And not everybody can tackle everything. And what I want us to do today is to say, I can tackle this. My company will do this. My sector will do this, as opposed to trying to do everything. And if we do value chain-based interventions and solutions that are demand-driven and that are catalytic, we can make substantial change. But there are other priority issues we have to take on. If we want improved productivity, we have to address this mechanization challenge, right? If we have to address this irrigation challenge. We have to address this extension challenge, right? Our extension numbers are pitiful. And through our work in Sahel Consulting, we've had to generate a whole private sector extension service because our government extension service continues to be a failure in our system. We also have to address this post-harvest loss challenge. It's one thing to say that there's no food in the country, but if 40 to 60% of our fruits and vegetables continue to go to waste, how can we let that happen? What about our maize, 20%? So we really need to address it. And then processing, and I'm so excited to hear from our panel that's coming up who are investing in processing, because we need processing to have year-long food production. Only 10% of our dairy output is processed. 10% of our cassava, 60% of our maize, 10% of our tomatoes, which means that we continue to have tremendous amounts of waste. And so we need to invest in processing. We also need to invest in addressing our climate shocks. It's amazing that every year we say, oh, 5 states are underwater, 10 states are underwater. We know there's going to be flooding. So what are we going to do to prevent flooding from happening next year? Do you understand? Other countries get ahead of their flooding challenges. Other cities get ahead of it. What is it that we're doing at the state level and the federal level to address these shocks? I think this is the time for that. We can't wait for next year to plan for the flooding that's going to happen. The investment in financing and insurance is so critical, and that's why I continue to applaud the work of GIZ and Anna and her team around financing. Because unless we have catalytic financing that addresses the challenges at the root cause, that diversifies the opportunities and partners across the board, we're not going to address the challenges. The same in technology. How are we embracing technology and innovation? The next time I hear somebody saying, farmers carry hoe and cutlass, I want to just weep, because the rest of the world does not carry hoe and cutlass, right? The productivity levels around hoe and cutlass are extremely low. And there's small machineries that are affordable, that are solar powered, that are available to us, and we need to transition. Similarly, we need to leverage renewable energy, and there's so many investments through the work of the Rockefeller Foundation. I'm so proud of their investment in Nigeria through GIAP, and it's amazing that many of us in the food ecosystem don't know about the opportunities and the funding available around energy alternatives. So we need to invest in that, and in capacity building for the sector. And Sahel is doing a lot in capacity building through the support of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We need to do more. So there are lots of things we need to think about, and we're going to be talking about them in our breakout sessions. Just to underscore that we need to put the private sector at the center. Farmers are entrepreneurs. We need to think of them as entrepreneurs. But our small and medium-sized enterprises are critical to what we're doing in this sector, and we need to put them at the forefront. We also need to put our women at the forefront and our young people. And as we're designing this afternoon for the future, let's put our women and youth at the center of these interventions. Can you please move my slides if they're not moving, please? Thank you. I don't know what to press. Okay, so as I round up, it's a call to action. We have to act, and it starts at the family level with nutrition, at our communities. The private sector has a role to play, the public sector has a role to play, and civil society has a role to play. One of my friends always says, a crisis is a terrible thing to waste. Can you tell your neighbor, a crisis is a terrible thing to waste? Right now, we're facing a crisis, and we cannot waste this crisis. There's a long list of things government has to do, and I'm glad that we still have some government officials in the room. Some of them had to leave because they have the National Executive Council meeting with Mr. President at 10 a.m. It was set last minute before we actually knew. So that's why you saw them rushing off to make that meeting. But there are a long list of things the government has to do. Creating an enabling environment, supporting our entrepreneurs, addressing food insecurity, addressing insecurity in our country. But there's also a critical role for private sector, for civil society, and for development partners. We all have a role to play. And I'd like to end with this, and this is a quote that I found very compelling. It says, there's a toxic combination of conflict, economic decline, climate extremes, and the COVID-19 pandemic. When you combine all of this, what happens? It's almost like an explosion. And that is what we're calling the perfect storm. So this is a time for the private sector to rise. We have to pivot, we have to partner, and we have to push boundaries. Because if we don't, we as a country know what happens when people are hungry and angry. In fact, there's a British term for it. I saw it in the dictionary, hangry. I didn't believe there was a word hangry. When you're hungry and angry, you can do anything. And that's why if we don't take this issue seriously, nobody will be safe. And that's the reality of where we are today. And I love this quote, and it's an Igbo word that says, Mbelede kaja madike. It's during times of disasters that you see who is resilient, who's resourceful, and who's brave. And I'm calling everyone in the room and everyone online to please find it in your heart to be resilient, to be resourceful, and to be brave, and to collaborate together to curtail the food crisis in our country. We need to move from survival mode to a mode where we're thriving, to where we're leaving a legacy, where we're thinking about future generations of Nigerians and Africans and how they'll remember this time in our history, 2022, and how we responded. And that means we have to leave our egos and logos at the door. One of my favorite African proverbs says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with others. I've changed it a little to say we must go fast and far together. And if we want to go fast and far together, we have to leave our egos and logos at the door. And we have to work with excellence, integrity, and humility, collaborating to deliver for our people. And ultimately, it's for future generations. When I think about my legacy, it's about the future generations of Nigerians and Africans and how they will say we acted at this time. So please put on your thinking caps, your punching boots, and get ready to collaborate with us and with everyone else in the room to plan for a future we deserve. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much. I wish I could speak Igbo. I would have thanked you in Igbo, but I would speak Yoruba. Eshiongon, right? The Executive Chair of Sahel, Mrs. Ndidi Okonkwo Nwuneli. Another round of applause for her beautiful presentation, please. I hope we're not hungry. Okay. So, you don't want to miss, the panel discussion starting at exactly 11:25, which will spotlight food system transformation in action by highlighting scalable evidence-based solutions and innovative approaches for food system transformation. All right? So, we now move to the exhibition tour segment where Temitope Adigore, Managing Partner Sahel Consulting, will escort our special guests to open up our exhibition. Before the exhibition tour, could our dignitaries please, proceed for pictures right now, and then we'll go this way for, that way. Okay. So please, all the dignitaries present here should kindly go this way. Thank you very much. All right, dignitaries this way for tea break. For those who are joining us online, we encourage you to grab a cup of coffee or tea and start networking with each other. We do not want you to leave the convening. It is going to get even more interesting, I promise you. After the break, we have two interactive panel discussions, one with private sector actors and the other with members from the international donor community, after which we will get to the interactive breakout session with industry experts across the value chain. So we'll be with you online throughout the tea break to answer any questions you may have. Do keep engaging us via the chat box. Meanwhile, for others, that's the way to go for the tea break. Only the team lead We'll go this way. Thank you very much. We can use that exit door, please. Ushers are there to guide you through.
Transforming the agriculture and nutrition landscape and creating strong agricultural sector-led economic growth on the continent. In 2008, one of Sahel's co-founders began to provide consulting and advisory services for a range of private, public, and development organizations in Burkina Faso, Ghana, Liberia, Mali, Nigeria, and Senegal. These experiences provided further exposure to the gaps in the agricultural sector and deepened a desire to catalyze positive change.
I've been associated with Sahel for a very, very long time. Probably 20 years ago, we met in different spheres of development live. And having set up Sahel, I got a lot more involved with this farm, and I've also used them to do some incisive work for me. And I came away hugely impressed by their
please, we can all move that way for tea break,
delicate relationship they have with key players in the agricultural industry,
so that we can be back here by 11:25.
Unleash their expertise in reaching out and connecting with those same people to have this wealth of information that informs how they do analysis, and I'm hugely impressed with that.
The principals subsequently formally established and incorporated Sahel Capital Partners and Advisory Limited in late 2010 to focus on agriculture-specific consulting engagements. The number, scope, and depth of the mandates increased over the years as Sahel Capital demonstrated sectorial expertise. In 2013, Sahel Capital was selected as the fund manager for the Fund for Agricultural Finance in Nigeria, otherwise known as FAFIN.
I first met Sahel Capital in 2013. At the time, I was working in Nigeria alongside the Nigerian Federal Ministry of Agriculture to develop a new and innovative fund that would help contribute to transforming the agricultural sector in Nigeria. This new fund that we wanted to create, the Fund for Agricultural Finance Nigeria, called short FAFIN, was to provide creative and innovative, tailor-made patient capital that is required desperately by the SMEs in that space to transform and flourish. In order to determine who would run FAFIN, we ran, across Nigeria and internationally, an open and highly competitive tender process. We ultimately selected Sahel Capital, a choice we still feel very excited about today. The reason we selected Sahel Capital was the team's in-depth knowledge in the agricultural space and the passion for agricultural transformation in Nigeria. It was our trust and belief in Sahel's team that led KfW, on behalf of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, jointly with the Nigerian Federal Ministry of Agriculture and the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, to anchor and launch FAFIN in 2014.
Our investment in FAFIN in 2014 was one of NSI's first interventions to further develop Nigeria's agriculture sector. What caught our attention at the time was Sahel's combination of operational experience alongside investment expertise. I've had the distinct privilege to represent NSI on FAFIN's Oversight Committee over the past 6 years, and I've seen firsthand the depth of Sahel Capital's commitment to finding, to investing in, and working with agribusiness SMEs to optimize and grow their businesses.
The agricultural sector is extremely important to the economic development objectives of the Nigerian government and the Federal Ministry of Finance. There is a need for a more long-term and creative funding to be directed to support agribusiness SMEs across Nigeria. It is precisely for this reason that we at the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning have been quite bullish in supporting Sahel Capital and FAFIN over the past 6 years. FAFIN's current portfolio with 7 investments in 6 different states and 4 geopolitical zones highlight the breadth of Sahel Capital's approach. We expect Sahel to do more in the years ahead.
In 2014, FAFIN was launched with $32.9 million in capital, and over the subsequent years, Sahel Capital raised additional funds to bring its debt fund to $65.9 million in capital commitments. During this period, Sahel Capital expanded both its consulting and private equity teams, and additional partners joined the firm. In late 2016, Sahel Capital separated its management consulting and private equity businesses, and Sahel Capital Agribusiness Managers was established. In February 2018, Sahel Capital Partners and Advisory Limited changed its name to Sahel Consulting, Agriculture and Nutrition Limited to fully embrace its mandate as a consulting company and its focus on the agriculture and nutrition landscapes.
I have to say that one of the big things, the KEPs that makes Sahel stand out in the industry is their delivery and organizational discipline. They can organize and deliver work to the appreciation of the customer and deliver on time. And secondly, there is a lot of incisive analysis and compelling presentation technique that will give you all the information. And once this is done to a public audience, it grips people because of the richness of the analysis. And I also commend their ability to use data analytics to inform program analysis and design. And lately, I want to call out on their project management chips. I have asked them to manage initially one program for me on dairy development in Nigeria, and we work very hard with them along with my other colleagues in BMGF to do some starting pilot work that help everybody to learn about approaches for enhancing smallholder dairy development in our country, and they did styling work, especially in critical relationship building with the private sector-led processors. And it is my fervent hope that Sahel will develop into a compelling consultancy and project management firm that will become the go-to firm in the development space in agriculture in Nigeria.
We look at the industry generally and give credit to Sahel for the push it is given on to all the players in the ecosystem. And one area that we must give credit to them is their support for the Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, Quadrant, which I'm the president. Outside our individual companies, now as an industry, Aldin is supporting the association in areas of advocacy, in areas of research and access to data, and support in areas of policy framework by the concerned ministries. And I wish them success and congratulations for the perseverance. It's not easy, and I hope we'll have good reason to celebrate 20 years in the next decade.
We're very proud of our partnership with Sahel. We are implementing partners of the Aldin program with Sahel as the lead. We've also been fortunate to have Sahel help Technocell produce the first ever business case for food fortification in Nigeria. Sahel has consistently demonstrated their passion for Nigeria, their love for agriculture, their never say die attitude, their focus on building leaders for tomorrow, their attention to details, and their continuous pursuit for perfection in everything that they do.
To re-strategize our business, we realized the strong need to collaborate with a key partner who can provide us financial and apt industry knowledge to achieve our anticipated growth and development. We found Sahel Capital as the ideal partner to achieve our goals and aspirations. Far-fetched investment in our company in 2019 has not only provided us with the needed capital for growth, but has contributed appropriate operational strategy as well, and that has yielded to sound business development.
Africa is naturally endowed for agricultural excellence, and yet the continent remains a net importer of food, struggles with malnutrition, undernutrition, and rising levels of obesity. with its population expected to reach 2.4 billion people by 2050, coupled with the forecasted negative impact of climate change on yields within and outside sub-Saharan Africa. These indices are projected to worsen, further impacting health, education, and employment outcomes unless we take urgent, coordinated, and strategic steps to transform the continent's agriculture and food sectors. In this context, there are emerging groups of dynamic, visionary, and committed entrepreneurs operating in the African agriculture and food landscapes. Yet, many of them struggle for survival in very difficult and often hostile environments. As a direct response to their needs, Sahel Consulting launched Nourishing Africa in September 2019, a digital knowledge and membership platform aimed at helping agri-food entrepreneurs scale their businesses. The mission of Nourishing Africa is to drive the profitable and sustainable growth of the African agriculture and food landscapes by attracting, empowering, equipping, connecting, and celebrating over 1 million dynamic and innovative young African agripreneurs.
Mastercard Foundation, in its footprints to ensure that 10 million young Nigerians obtain fulfilling and dignifying work till 2030, partnered with Sahel Consulting in September 2019, and funded Sahel Consulting to enable it set up NourishingAfrica.com platform. And this was born out of Sahel's need to help agri-food entrepreneurs who were struggling to survive in the hostile environment. So that platform is a space where the agri-food entrepreneurs and those dealing in other agri-value chain ventures can go to find good information about access to funding, where they can go to the financial services providers or put out their goods and services, network with each other. So it's a hub that pulls in agri-food entrepreneurs across Africa, not only in Nigeria. So what Sahel Consulting has done with the NourishingAfrica.com platform is that it has pulled in more than 1 million agri-food entrepreneurs across the continent and continues to make its footprints known. So in that regard, they can celebrate those who are in that industry, their speaking engagements, really opening up access to market to these entrepreneurs and providing them with capacity building so that they can remove themselves from cycles of poverty.
Sahel, through its corporate shared values program, introduced the Sahel Scholars Program in 2017 with the aim to empower outstanding Nigerian students through conferences, internships, mentorships, and scholarships.
I heard about the internship opportunity from my batch advisor in 400 level. Working at Sahel Consulting was a constant learning experience for me. I was able to see that agriculture has really evolved and is now a business being discussed in conference room. I learned professionalism at its peak, work ethics, soft and technical skills, which has really helped me. Now I can confidently say which area I would like to go in agriculture. Thanks to Sahel Consulting for this great opportunity.
Over the last 3 years, Sahel has reached 12 tertiary institutions with over 2,000 students participating in its Scholars Conference, awarded scholarships to 10 students in their penultimate year, and fully employed one outstanding scholar.
Through the Sahel Scholars Program in 2018, I was offered internship to work with highly motivated young team willing to catalyze Africa's agriculture and nutrition landscape. After my internship in 2019, I was offered a full-time employment as a business analyst.
Sahel is committed to supporting, empowering, and inspiring youth to champion transformation in the agricultural sector, which is critical to impacting communities and fostering growth and development in the economy.
Wow, great to be a part of this 10-year milestone, achievement celebration, and even more appreciative to have been a partner with the Sahel team on advancing its vision over the past several years. There are so many fond experiences to consider. We've worked together on several seed studies and investigations to develop out strategies for systemic change. We've partnered on implementing early generation seed system interventions, such as bringing SAH to cassava processing sector and basics, and working with IETA through its aeroponics and hydroponics systems to build capacity within Nigerian seed companies for a formal yam seed system. And we've even piloted to market novel nutritional crops through our Rich Oats for Africa efforts. You've welcomed us into the Sahel offices as though they were our second homes in Nigeria. You've kindly gifted us honored Nigerian names and kaftans, welcoming us to be part of your extended family. Sincerely, it has been deeply enriching to have worked so closely with the Sahel team. There are so many reflections to share. Perhaps today, the one that stands out most is the Sahel's leadership and its values, often cited and demonstrated through the often spoken proverb: if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Cheers to Sahel at 10, and looking forward to celebrating again to Sahel at 20. Just imagine the transformation you will have led and how far we will have gone together by then.
It is my pleasure to congratulate the management and staff of Sahel Consulting for this 10-year anniversary. I want to place on record the significant partnership our two organizations have had in the last 10 years. It didn't start as partnership with Sahel at first. It started as a partnership with NDD, volunteering ourselves to work on various panels and various committees and various policy commission of the NESG. But then, like we do in NESG, once we see that you work in the interest of the nation, we just throw you in there. And we've had to throw the entire Sahel Consulting into a number of work around the agri-policy space, ranging from zero hunger, averting food crisis, and currently she's still working representing the NESG at the development of the National Development Plan and the Nigeria Agenda 2050. My joy is that they spent 10 years. I see them doing much more than 10 years, and I look forward to their commitment to ensuring that zero hunger, ensuring that the SDG goals are attained, and ensuring that Nigeria works for all of us. Congratulations to Monzo and Indidi, this wonderful work, and all the staff that have supported them. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Sahel. This is just the beginning for you. We have no doubts that you will continue on this trajectory to transform Nigeria.
Congratulations, Mezwe and his team. On behalf of Koshari's farm and management, I would like to congratulate Sahel Group for 10th anniversary of their doing business in Nigeria and partnership with us. You guys been wonderful. You brought a lot of insight into our board, and we really thank you for partnering with us.
Sahel was established by Africans who are passionate about transforming the agriculture and nutrition landscape and creating strong agricultural sector-led economic growth on the continent. In 2008, one of Sahel's co-founders began to provide consulting and advisory services for a range of private, public, and development organizations in Burkina Faso, Ghana, Liberia, Mali, Nigeria, and Senegal. These experiences provided further exposure to the gaps in the agricultural sector and deepened a desire to catalyze positive change.
I've been associated with Sahel for a very, very long time. Probably 20 years ago, we met in different spaces of development live. And having set up Sahel, I got a lot more involved with this farm, and I've also used them to do some incisive work for me. And I came away hugely impressed by their huge social capital, the delicate relationship they have with key players in the agricultural industry, with which they now unleash their expertise in reaching out and connecting with those same people to have this wealth of information that informs how they do analysis, and I'm hugely impressed with that.
The principals subsequently formally established and incorporated Sahel Capital Partners and Advisory Limited in late 2010 to focus on agriculture-specific consulting engagements. The number, scope, and depth of the mandates increased over the years as Sahel Capital demonstrated sectorial expertise. In 2013, Sahel Capital was selected as the fund manager for the Fund for Agricultural Finance in Nigeria, otherwise known as FAFIN.
I first met Sahel Capital in 2013. At the time, I was working in Nigeria alongside the Nigerian Federal Ministry of Agriculture to develop a new and innovative fund that would help contribute to transforming the agricultural sector in Nigeria. This new fund that we wanted to create, the Fund for Agricultural Finance in Nigeria, called short FAFIN, was to provide creative and innovative, tailor-made patient capital that is required desperately by the SMEs in that space to transform and flourish. In order to determine who would run FAFIN, we ran, across Nigeria and internationally, an open and highly competitive tender process. We ultimately selected Sahel Capital, a choice we still feel very excited about today. The reason we selected Sahel Capital was the team's in-depth knowledge in the agricultural space and the passion for agricultural transformation in Nigeria. It was our trust and belief in Sahel's team that led KfW, on behalf of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, jointly with the Nigerian Federal Ministry of Agriculture and the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, to anchor and launch FAFIN in 2014.
Our investment in FAFIN in 2014 was one of NSI's first interventions to further develop Nigeria's agriculture sector. What caught our attention at the time was Sahel's combination of operational experience alongside investment expertise. I've had the distinct privilege to represent NSI on FAFIN's Oversight Committee over the past 6 years, and I've seen firsthand the depth of Sahel Capital's commitment to finding, to investing in and working with agribusiness SMEs to optimize and grow their businesses.
The agricultural sector is extremely important to the economic development objectives of the Nigerian government and the Federal Ministry of Finance. There is a need for a more long-term and creative funding to be directed to support agribusiness SMEs across Nigeria. It is precisely for this reason that we at the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning have been quite bullish in supporting Sahel Capital and FAFIN over the past 6 years. FAFIN's current portfolio with 7 investments in 6 different states and 4 geopolitical zones highlight the breadth of Sahel Capital's approach. We expect Sahel to do more in the years ahead.
In 2014, FAFIN was launched with $32.9 million in capital, and over the subsequent years, Sahel Capital raised additional funds to bring its debt fund to $65.9 million in capital commitments. During this period, Sahel Capital expanded both its consulting and private equity teams, and additional partners joined the firm. In late 2016, Sahel Capital separated its management consulting and private equity businesses, and Sahel Capital Agribusiness Managers was established. In February 2018, Sahel Capital Partners and Advisory Limited changed its name to Sahel Consulting Agriculture and Nutrition Limited to fully embrace its mandate as a consulting company and its focus on the agriculture and nutrition landscapes.
I have to say that one of the big things, the caps that makes Sahel stands out in the industry, is their delivery and organizational discipline. They can organize and deliver work to the appreciation of the customer and deliver on time. And secondly, there is a lot of incisive analysis and compelling presentation technique that will give you all the information. And once this is done to a public audience, it grips people because of the richness of the analysis. And I also commend their ability to use data analytics to inform program analysis and design. And lately, I want to call out on their project management chiefs. I have asked them to manage initially one program for me on dairy development in Nigeria, and we work very hard with them along with my other colleagues in BMGF to do some starting pilot work that help everybody to learn about approaches for enhancing smallholder dairy development in our country. And they did styling work, especially in critical relationship building with the private sector-led processors. And it is my fervent hope that Sahel will develop into a compelling consultancy and project management firm that will become the go-to firm in the development space in agriculture in Nigeria.
We look at the industry generally and give credit to Sahel for the push it is given on to all the players in the ecosystem. And one area that we must give credit to them is their support for the Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, Kodaran, which I'm the president. Outside our individual companies, now as an industry, Aldin is supporting the association in areas of advocacy, in areas of research and access to data, and support in areas of policy framework by the concerned ministries. And I wish them success and congratulations for the perseverance. It's not easy, and I hope we'll have a good reason to celebrate 20 years in the next decade.
We're very proud of our partnership with Sahel. We are implementing partners of the Aldin program with Sahel as the lead. We've also been fortunate to have Sahel help TechnoCell produce the first ever business case for food fortification in Nigeria. Sahel has consistently demonstrated their passion for Nigeria, their love for agriculture, their never say die attitude, their focus on building leaders for tomorrow, their attention to details, and their continuous pursuit for perfection in everything that they do.
To re-strategize our business, we realized the strong need to collaborate with a key partner who can provide us financial and apt industry knowledge to achieve our anticipated growth and development. We found Sahel Capital as the ideal partner to achieve our goals and aspirations. Far-fetched investment in our company in 2019 has not only provided us with the needed capital for growth, but has contributed appropriate operational strategy as well, and that has yielded to sound business development.
Africa is naturally endowed for agricultural excellence, and yet the continent remains a net importer of food, struggles with malnutrition, undernutrition, and rising levels of obesity. With its population expected to reach 2.4 billion people by 2050, coupled with the forecasted negative impact of climate change on yields within and outside sub-Saharan Africa, these indices are projected to worsen, further impacting health, education, and employment outcomes unless we take urgent, coordinated, and strategic steps to transform the continent's agriculture and food sectors. In this context, there are emerging groups of dynamic, visionary, and committed entrepreneurs operating in the African agriculture and food landscapes. Yet, many of them struggle for survival in very difficult and often hostile environments. As a direct response to their needs, Sahel Consulting launched Nourishing Africa in September 2019, a digital knowledge and membership platform aimed at helping agri-food entrepreneurs scale their businesses. The mission of Nourishing Africa is to drive the profitable and sustainable growth of the African agriculture and food landscapes by attracting, empowering, equipping, connecting, and celebrating over 1 million dynamic and innovative young African agripreneurs.
Mastercard Foundation, in its footprints to ensure that 10 million young Nigerians obtain fulfilling and dignifying work till 2030, partnered with Sahel Consulting in September 2019, and funded Sahel Consulting to enable it set up NourishingAfrica.com platform. And this was born out of Sahel's need to help agri-food entrepreneurs who were struggling to survive in the hostile environment. So that platform is a space where the agri-food entrepreneurs and those dealing in other agri-value chain ventures can go to find good information about access to funding, where they can go to the financial services providers all put out their goods and services, network with each other. So it's a hub that pulls in agri-food entrepreneurs across Africa, not only in Nigeria. So what Sahel Consulting has done with the NourishingAfrica.com platform is that it has pulled in more than 1 million agri-food entrepreneurs across the continent and continues to make its footprints known. So in that regard, they can celebrate those who are in that industry, their speaking engagements, really opening up access to market to these entrepreneurs and providing them with capacity building so that they can remove themselves from cycles of poverty.
Sahel, through its corporate shared values program, introduced the Sahel Scholars Program in 2017 with the aim to empower outstanding Nigerian students through conferences, internships, mentorships, and scholarships.
I heard about the internship opportunity from my patch advisor in 400 level. Working at Sahel Consulting was a constant learning experience for me. I was able to see that agriculture has really evolved and is now a business being discussed in conference room. I learned professionalism at its peak, work ethics, soft and technical skills, which has really helped me. Now I can confidently say which area I would like to go in agriculture. Thanks to Sahel Consulting for this great opportunity.
Over the last 3 years, Sahel has reached 12 tertiary institutions with over 2,000 students participating in its Scholars Conference, awarded scholarships to 10 students in their penultimate year, and fully employed 1 outstanding scholar.
Through the Sahel Scholars Program in 2018, I was offered internship to work with highly motivated young team willing to catalyze Africa's agriculture and nutrition landscape. After my internship in 2019, I was offered a full-time employment as a business analyst.
Sahel is committed to supporting, empowering, and inspiring youth to champion transformation in the agricultural sector, which is critical to impacting communities and fostering growth and development in the economy.
Wow, great to be a part of this 10-year milestone, achievement celebration, and even more appreciative to have been a partner with the Sahel team on advancing its vision over the past several years. There are so many fond experiences to consider. We've worked together on several seed studies and investigations to develop out strategies for systemic change. We've partnered on implementing early generation seed system interventions, such as bringing SAH to cassava processing sector in basics, and working with IETA through its aeroponics and hydroponics systems to build capacity within Nigerian seed companies for a formal yam seed system. And we've even piloted to market on novel nutritional crops through our Rich Oats for Africa efforts. You've welcomed us into the Sahel offices as though they were our second homes in Nigeria. You've kindly gifted us honored Nigerian names and kaftans, welcoming us to be part of your extended family. Sincerely, it has been deeply enriching to have worked so closely with the Sahel team. There are so many reflections to share. Perhaps today, the one that stands out most is the Sahel's leadership and its values, often cited and demonstrated through the often spoken proverb: if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Cheers to Sahel at 10, and looking forward to celebrating again to Sahel at 20. Just imagine the transformation you will have led and how far we will have gone together by then.
It is my pleasure to congratulate the management and staff of Sahel Consulting for this 10-year anniversary. I want to place on record the significant partnership our two organizations have had in the last 10 years. It didn't start as partnership with Sahel at first. It started as a partnership with NDD, volunteering ourselves to work on various panels and various committees and various policy commission of the NESG. But then, like we do in NESG, once we see that you work in the interest of the nation, we just throw you in there. And we've had to throw the entire Sahel Consulting into a number of work around the agri-policy space, ranging from zero hunger, averting food crisis, and currently she's still working representing the NESG at the development of the National Development Plan and the Nigeria Agenda 2050. My joy is that they spent 10 years. I see them doing much more than 10 years, and I look forward to their commitment to ensuring that zero hunger ensuring that the SDG goals are attained, and ensuring that Nigeria works for all of us. Congratulations to Monzo and Tindidi. This wonderful work, and all the staff that have supported them. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Sahel. This is just the beginning for you. We have no doubts that you will continue on this trajectory to transform Nigeria.
Congratulations, Mezwe and his team. On behalf of Koshari's farm and management, I would like to congratulate Sahel Group for 10th anniversary of their doing business in Nigeria and partnership with us. You guys been wonderful. You brought a lot of insight into our board, and we really thank you for partnering with us.
Sahel was established by Africans who are passionate about transforming the
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for attending the conference. Would like to announce, for anyone who hasn't had their tea break, we're inviting you all to a tea break by the poolside. If you haven't registered, we're encouraging you, please register. You can go back to the entrance of the conference and register so that you can be sent post-conference material. You can be kept up to speed with everything happening at Sahel Consulting. We'll reconvene the session at 11:30. Thank you all very much.
I was working in Nigeria alongside the Nigerian Federal Ministry of Agriculture to develop a new and innovative fund that would help contribute to transforming the agricultural sector in Nigeria. This new fund that we wanted to create, the Fund for Agricultural Finance in Nigeria, called short FAFIN, was to provide creative and innovative, tailor-made patient capital that is required desperately by the SMEs in that space to transform and flourish. In order to determine who would run FAFIN, we ran across Nigeria and internationally an open and highly competitive tender process. We ultimately selected Sahel Capital, a choice we still feel very excited about today. The reason we selected Sahel Capital was the team's in-depth knowledge in the agricultural space and the passion for agricultural transformation in Nigeria. It was our trust and belief in Sahel's team that led KfW, on behalf of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, jointly with the Nigerian Federal Ministry of Agriculture and the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, to anchor and launch FAFIN in 2014.
Our investment in FAFIN in 2014 was one of NSI's first interventions to further develop Nigeria's agriculture sector. What caught our attention at the time was Sahel's combination of operational experience alongside investment expertise. I've had the distinct privilege to represent NSI on FAFIN's Oversight Committee over the past 6 years, and I've seen firsthand the depth of Sahel Capital's commitment to finding, to investing in, and working with agribusiness SMEs to optimize and grow their businesses.
The agricultural sector is extremely important to the economic development objectives of the Nigerian government and the Federal Ministry of Finance. There is a need for a more long-term and creative funding to be directed to support agribusiness SMEs across Nigeria. It is precisely for this reason that we at the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning have been quite bullish in supporting Sahel Capital and FAFIN over the past 6 years. FAFIN's current portfolio with 7 investments in 6 different states and 4 geopolitical zones highlight the breadth of Sahel Capital's approach. We expect Sahel to do more in the years ahead.
In 2014, FAFIN was launched with $32.9 million in capital, and over the subsequent years, Sahel Capital raised additional funds to bring its debt fund to $65.9 million in capital commitments. During this period, Sahel Capital expanded both its consulting and private equity teams, and additional partners joined the firm. In late 2016, Sahel Capital separated its management consulting and private equity businesses, and Sahel Capital Agribusiness Managers was established. In February 2018, Sahel Capital Partners and Advisory Limited changed its name to Sahel Consulting, Agriculture and Nutrition Limited to fully embrace its mandate as a consulting company and its focus on the agriculture and nutrition landscapes.
I have to say that one of the big things, the KEPs that makes Sahel stands out in the industry is their delivery and organizational discipline. They can organize and deliver work to the appreciation of the customer and deliver on time. And secondly, there is a lot of incisive analysis and compelling presentation technique that will give you all the information. And once this is done to a public audience, it grips people because of the richness of the analysis. And I also commend their ability to use data analytics to inform program analysis and design. And lately, I want to call out on their project management chips. I have asked them to manage initially one program for me on dairy development in Nigeria, and we work very hard with them, along with my other colleagues in BMGF, to do some starting pilot work that help everybody to learn about approaches for enhancing smallholder dairy development in our country. And they did styling work, especially in critical relationship building with the private sector-led processors. And it is my fervent hope that Sahel will develop into a compelling consultancy and project management firm that will become the go-to firm in the development space in agriculture in Nigeria.
We look at the industry generally and give credit to Sahel for the push it is given on to all the players in the ecosystem. And one area that we must give credit to them is their support for the Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, Kodaran, which I'm the president. Outside our individual companies, now as an industry, Aldin is supporting the association in areas of advocacy, in areas of research and access to data, and support in areas of policy framework by the concerned ministries. And I wish them success and congratulations for the perseverance. It's not easy, and I hope we'll have good reason to celebrate 20 years in the next decade.
We're very proud of our partnership with Sahel. We are implementing partners of the Aldin program with Sahel as the lead. We've also been fortunate to have Sahel help TechnoCell produce the first ever business. Their love for agriculture, their never say die attitude. Their attention to details and their continuous pursuit for perfection in everything that they do.
To re-strategize our business, we realized the strong need to collaborate with a key partner who can provide us financial and apt industry knowledge to achieve our anticipated growth and development. We found Sahel Capital as the ideal partner to achieve our goals and aspirations. FAFEN investment in our company in 2019 has not only provided us with the needed capital for growth, but has contributed appropriate operational strategy as well, and that has yielded to sound business development.
Africa is naturally endowed for agricultural excellence, and yet the continent remains a net importer of food, struggles with malnutrition, undernutrition, and rising levels of obesity. With its population expected to reach 2.4 billion people by 2050, coupled with the forecasted negative impact of climate change on yields within and outside sub-Saharan Africa, these indices are projected to worsen, further impacting health, education, and employment outcomes unless we take urgent, coordinated, and strategic steps to transform the continent's agriculture and food sectors. In this context, there are emerging groups of dynamic, visionary, and committed entrepreneurs operating in the African agriculture and food landscapes. Yet, many of them struggle for survival in very difficult and often hostile environments. As a direct response to their needs, Sahel Consulting launched Nourishing Africa in September 2019, a digital knowledge and membership platform aimed at helping agri-food entrepreneurs scale their businesses. The mission of Nourishing Africa is to drive the profitable and sustainable.
All right, thank you. Okay, welcome back from the tea break. It was a rush one though, but we're here. 11:25, now 11:33. So please, for those of us that are still outside, can we kindly come in so we can proceed? Thank you. Well done. So we welcome our participants in the room and our friends online. Welcome back. I need the place filled up a bit before we continue. So for those of us still outside, please let's find our way in. Thank you. All right, well, we'll wait for the others to join us. Probably they're still, taking their tea or, gone to the restroom or something. Balaji, please, could you put up the video, while we wait for them to join us? Thank you.
Consulting in September 2019 and funded Sahel Consulting to enable it set up nourishingafrica.com platform. And this was born out of Sahel's need to help agri-food entrepreneurs who were struggling to survive in the hostile environment. So that platform is a space where the agri-food entrepreneurs and those dealing in other agri-value chain ventures can go to find good information about access to funding, where they can go to the financial services providers or put out their goods and services, network with each other. So it's a hub that pulls in agri-food entrepreneurs across Africa, not only in Nigeria. So what Sahel Consulting has done with the nourishingafrica.com platform is that it has pulled in more than 1 million agri-food entrepreneurs across the continent and continues to make its footprints known. So in that regard, they can celebrate those who are in that industry, their speaking engagements, really opening up access to market to these entrepreneurs and providing them with capacity building so that they can remove themselves from cycles of poverty.
Sahel, through its Corporate Shared Values program, introduced the Sahel Scholars Program in 2017 with the aim to empower outstanding Nigerian students through conferences, internships, mentorships, and scholarships.
I heard about the internship opportunity from my patch advisor in 400 level. Working at Sahel Consulting was a constant learning experience for me. I was able to see that agriculture has really evolved and is now a business being discussed in conference room. I learned professionalism at its peak, work ethics, soft and technical skills, which has really helped me. Now I can confidently say which area I would like to go in agriculture. Thanks to Sahel Consulting for this great opportunity.
Over the last 3 years, Sahel has reached 12 tertiary institutions with over 2,000 students participating in its Scholars Conference, awarded scholarships to 10 students in their penultimate year, and fully employed 1 outstanding scholar.
Through the Sahel Scholars Program in 2018, I was offered internship to work with highly motivated young team willing to catalyze Africa's agriculture and nutrition landscape. After my internship in 2019, I was offered a full-time employment as a business analyst.
Sahel is committed to supporting, empowering, and inspiring youth to champion transformation in the agricultural sector, which is critical to impacting communities and fostering growth and development in the economy.
Wow, great to be a part of this 10-year milestone, achievement celebration, and even more appreciative to have been a partner with the Sahel team on advancing its vision over the past several years. There are so many fond experiences to consider. We've worked together on several seed studies and investigations to develop out strategies for systemic change. We've partnered on implementing early generation seed system interventions, such as bringing SAH to cassava processing sector and basics, and working with IETA through its aeroponics and hydroponics systems to build capacity within Nigerian seed companies for a formal yam seed system. And we've even piloted to market novel nutritional crops through our Rich Oats for Africa efforts. You've welcomed us into the Sahel offices as though they were our second homes in Nigeria. You've kindly gifted us honored Nigerian names and kaftans, welcoming us to be part of your extended family. Sincerely, it has been deeply enriching to have worked so closely with the Sahel team. There are so many reflections to share. Perhaps today, the one that stands out most is the Sahel's leadership and its values, often cited and demonstrated through the often spoken proverb: if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Cheers to Sahel at 10, and looking forward to celebrating again to Sahel at 20. Just imagine the transformation you will have led and how far we will have gone together by then.
It is my pleasure to congratulate the management and staff of Sahel Consulting for this 10-year anniversary. I want to place on record the significant partnership our two organizations have had in the last 10 years. It didn't start as partnership with Sahel first. It started as a partnership with NDD, volunteering ourselves to work on various panels and various committees and various policy commission of the NESG.
All right, thank you.
But then, like we do in NESG, once we see that you work in the interest of the nation, we just...
Thank you very much. Once again, we welcome our participants here in the room and our friends online. Welcome back from the tea break. Okay, time is of the essence, right? All right, this is 11:42 already. We thought we would be here by 11:25 exactly, but then again, it is what it is. Well, at this point, I would like to introduce the moderator for the first panel discussion of the day, Ms. Aggie Kondo, who is the Vice President, Program Innovation and Delivery at the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa. Aggie, a Ugandan national that describes herself as a pragmatic and result-oriented leader with over 15 years' experience in senior leadership roles across multiple private and public sector industries, tobacco, beverages, and multimedia, and most recently successfully transitioned to the economic development space, aquaculture, textile, and apparel, accomplishing remarkable growth and impact across 5 sectors. Under her leadership, a multidisciplinary team at Misingi East Africa scoped, designed, and implemented multiple interventions across 2 growth industries, aquaculture, textiles, and apparel, creating over 800 jobs and convening further interventions from multiple private and public sector actors. She's passionate around improvement of fish genetics to improve incomes of SMEs in the sector. Her passion for need to invest and grow local SMEs while working on the underlying enabling policy environment speaks to a lot of what AGRA does. I will now hand over to Aggie Kondo. Please put your hands together for her as she comes forward. There she is. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Good morning. We just had some perfect breakfast, so the energies should be much bigger than this. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent. Thank you. I am honored to be here this morning. And I have an excellent panel that I will be introducing to you shortly, but allow me to start with the formalities. Dr. Mohamed Abubakar, Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, our host, Mrs. Ndindi Unele, who's also the board member of AGRA, but also a partner of Sahel Consulting, EU partners present in the room, all other supporters and partners here, our dear panelists that have taken time to speak to us today, this morning, and the teams and ladies and gentlemen behind the scenes that are putting this together. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to our first panel of the day. I am indeed extremely honored and pleasure and delighted to be hosting this panel today, in which we are not just talking about the problem in our midst, but finding solutions that are ready to be scaled. I was extremely humbled today listening to Ndidi, who said we need to put our egos aside. And I 100% agree to that prescription, because without egos, we are indeed able to solve the world's largest problems. And as it's said, it takes entrepreneurs to solve all the problems in our midst. So the panel that I'll be introducing shortly today is going to be showcasing the opportunities that are already proven, that are within our midst, that if supported, could be able to solve for the 19.5 million already hungry households and counting. That is really the problem that we have. So in no particular order, allow me to introduce the panel that is going to be discussing this issue. Please welcome Aminu Nyako, who is from Sebora International Farms. Following Aminu is Anthony Job. Anthony Job, Group Technical Head from Value Seeds. Welcome. Allow me to also introduce Nkiru Okapareke, CEO Evan Grow Farms, and she wears many hats. She will be speaking to us in multiple hats. Also, allow me to introduce Ayodeji. He needs no introduction, my good friend Ayodeji, but also a huge innovator in Nigeria and Africa. Welcome, CEO of Afex. Winfred Okafo, CEO Bonita Treats, solving for food waste. Exciting business initiative going up there. I hope I haven't forgotten one more. I think I have one more. That's it. All right, so this is the panel that will be, okay. All right, great. Thank you so much. I've got such an active audience. Thank you very much. So as I take my seat, the topic for discussion today is how we would like to showcase, how private sector led innovations, models, and approaches are currently being applied to address the food crisis that we have in our midst. And to start this off, of course, you all know I'm from AGRA. I'm the Vice President for Program Innovation and Delivery. I would like to start from home because they say it all starts with good seed. Right? Doctor, you know where I'm going, right? So if it indeed it starts with good seed, the stories we have heard, what we know is in our midst. I just learned today the 010. We cannot afford to be having our population having one male. Okay, I have one more panelist from Value Seeds. Please join me on stage. Saro Agro, please welcome on stage. Okay. It's called a head up in golf, but you recover from it. Sorry about it. Okay, so yes, I wanted us to start with Dr. Anthony. He is a plant breeder from Value Seeds. And he tells us that we've got all the climate-smart, nutrient-dense varieties already in Nigeria. But we are not getting these on time to the farmers. And we know we are solving for 30 million households that would like to access those within the next dry season. What is the challenge and what solutions are you putting on the table? How can you put your egos aside to scale that to all the households that we need to reach? Over to you, Anthony.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Yeah, thank you for having me. Yes, like mentioned, I'm a plant breeder and I work for Value Seeds. So it's a known fact that there are a lot of improved varieties now in the industry, and there are quite a number of seed companies that are growing these varieties. However, adoption rate by farmers is still very low, less than 5%. And that, of course, is a major reason why crop outputs are below optimum. Scaling this out, of course, has to do with a lot of partnerships. Earlier in the day, they mentioned the issue of extension officers not being, enough and actually very low. These new technologies, people have to get to know them, have to get to appreciate them. For instance, nutrient-dense grains, provitamin A maize, for instance, quality protein maize. These products have enormous, impact in the industry. For instance, looking at the poultry industry, lysine is an essential amino acid that is added to diets, and the industry spends a lot, importing lysine from Brazil and different places like that. So if we could have like structured markets to produce quality protein maize, for instance, that would go a long way in reducing the cost of poultry, production, meat and eggs. I remember it was mentioned today that an egg is about 18 naira now, which is far beyond the reach of the average Nigerian. So I think such things can really make much impact if we get the kind of support that we need. It's good that we have other players in the industry, like FX here, for instance. If we have aggregated production and well-structured markets, for instance, this will go a long way in catalyzing adoption of these varieties and, of course, increase income for the farmers too, for instance. So at Value Seeds, we are doing quite a number of things. For instance, we are improving access to early generation seeds with a sister company called Value Basic. We're also into a lot of research in climate smart crops. Like recently we released low nitrogen and drought tolerant varieties, which can produce quite well. You could get up to 4 tons per hectare, even on single fertilizer application doses. So that, for instance, can go a long way, especially at a time like this when fertilizer prices are, way up there. Also, we are into some farmer support programs. We have some technology bundle packages. There's what we call the value kit maize, the rice kit, our kit. The essence is to, give farmers access to inputs, improved varieties, extension services, because we also backstop and work closely with these farmers to ensure that they make a success of what they are doing. And of course, give them access to premium markets, because we go the extra mile to make sure that the grains are of top quality. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. So what I'm hearing from you is we already have the climate smart varieties, we've got nutrient dense, we've got all the options, but adoption is just about 5%. And I'll be coming back to you on what can we do about it, because this is not a talk shop, is we want solutions. You're already reaching thousands of farmers. How can we scale that if we were to apply a 10x principle? But to probably build on to your point, let me invite Nkiru, who I know is equally in the same area. Nkiru, please introduce yourself quickly and just tell us, are you facing the same challenges, and how can we be able to fast track access of these technologies to smallholder farmers?
Good morning. My name is Nkiru Parike. I wear a couple of hats. I'm a full-time farmer growing vegetables in Lagos and supplying supermarkets, but I'm also the board chair for IITA BIP. IITA BIP is a business incubation platform of IITA as a social enterprise of a profit company formed to take all the innovations from IITA and all the CGI companies and accelerate them to become fully commercial at a short time and make sure that all the public can have it. So under that hat, we have a lot of units to have, and we had some businesses that are already standing. We have the Nodomax, which is a legume inoculant, is a biofertilizer, and people use them when producing soybeans and beans. We have the AflaSafe. We have the license for AflaSafe as a chemical we produce, but it's actually being manufactured by a third party, but we own the license. Use it to inoculate against aflatoxins in maize and groundnuts. We've had the issue of when we produce beans and groundnuts and we export them to the EU especially, they reject them because of the presence of a high level of aflatoxin in it. So using AflaSafe protects you against that. Then we have the Crop Nuts AgriServe. It's a partnership we have with Crop Nuts. Crop Nuts is the biggest soil technology company in Africa. They do soil surveys, soil suitability, fertilizer testing, plant suitability for you if you want to go into farming. Then we have the Go Seed. The Go Seed is a unit that produces early generation seeds for commercial breeders. So we'll produce plantain, cassava, maize, beans, soybeans, and in some of them we use the SAH technology, which is the semi-autotropic hydroponic technology, which fastly multiplies breeder seeds for vegetative crops like yam and cassava if you have a project. And we also have the farm management section of that. What it means that if you want to go into crop production and you come to us in IITA BIP, would handhold you from the beginning to the end. But the problem, just as Dr. Joe said, is there's the low level of adaptability. And a lot of farmers, I'm a farmer myself, we want a bumper harvest. We're not ready to pay money in all the steps to get that bumper harvest at the end.
Thank you very much. So if we pick it up from there, and I know I'm going to be calling upon Aminu to just help us land what that means, because, you know, we've got a crisis in our midst, we've got technologies that are ready, and access is a problem. From where you're sitting, and please with an introduction, what solutions have you tested and what options would you be suggesting to help us fast track that access?
Thank you so much. My name is Aminu Murtala Nyako. I'm the MD of Seboe International Farms. We're into dairy processing. Our products are yogurt, butter, cheese, ice cream, and ghee. Over the last 2 years, we've integrated 12,000 dairy farmers into the dairy value chain, and we have been able to create multiple streams of employment, resources, and opportunity to be able to grow. We're in partnership with Sahel Consulting and the Central Bank, and we also have partnerships with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture to be able to scale this. For us, it's interesting to know that our strategy has been a bit more pragmatic in terms of challenges that farmers face. The reason being is we currently sit on a milk base in northern Nigeria, and we import a lot of our milk products. Mr. Ndidi mentioned the two cheapest proteins are actually eggs and milk, and these two things are in very short supply currently. We have the cows, but we're importing milk products. So one of our strategies is to integrate at the very community level farmers' innate capacity to provide milk. This requires a lot of investment in terms of extension, in terms of education, and most often than not is the access to the market. We are now aggregating at a very high scale milk from communities, and has given them an understanding of what value the milk provides. For us, we decided not to focus mainly on the productivity part first, because a lot of them, even after cultivating land, have a lot of post-harvest losses, which serves as a direct delimiter of how much they produce next year. So for us, what we said is, if you have 1 liter of milk, we will buy 1 liter of milk. And that has given the farmers confidence to then invest in their cows, in the nutrition, in water systems, in food systems, because they know that there is a ready offtake to be able to offtake this market. So as we move forward now, we're looking at ways to teach farmers how to then increase their yield. But we've given them some assurance that whatever you produce, you can find value for it. For us, that is extremely important, because our population, our land is our comparative advantage, and we are not currently even utilizing or fully taking advantage of what is already available, and we're looking at improvements. So for us, we could talk more about it, but for us it's basically looking at the resources that are available currently. and doing the things that are absolutely necessary to provide value to what we have, and then we can scale accordingly. Thank you.
Very much. I think that's a live example on how we can take an existing crisis and actually turn it not just in guaranteed income, but improved livelihoods as well. I like that you're meeting the farmers where they are, then giving them the incentive to do more by then teaching that. So I think that's something that other sectors could also learn from, and it will be interesting to see how can that be applied across, any other of the staples that we are looking at as well. So let me bring in Winfred as well from Bonita Treats to give us another relevant example around how you can manage post-harvest losses. Welcome, Winfred. Please introduce yourself and share your example.
Thank you. My name is Winifred Okafor. I'm the founder and CEO of Bonita Foods, a dried fruit nut manufacturing company here in Abuja. We've been in business since 2017. In actual fact, it started as a hobby, just processing products that I liked. Coconuts turned into coconut chips, dried pineapples turned into pineapple snacks, and dried bananas. To your point about post-harvest losses, sometime in 2018, we started to innovate around products. So when people think about the dried fruit market, you're constantly thinking about the plain vanilla, dried pineapple, dried banana, and oftentimes these products have to be created from perfect pineapples. The pineapples can't be overripe, otherwise they wouldn't dry properly. The bananas have to be still crispy at the point of processing. But we started to innovate using products and inputs that were almost lost. So for example, overripe bananas that women would have struggled to sell, overripe pineapples that are at risk of loss, and we started to convert that into a blend of snacks. So now we have clusters from pineapple that utilizes coconut waste and almost at loss pineapples. We have biscuits from bananas that utilize some banana flour, but a huge chunk of that, the raw material in that is almost lost bananas. So we're doing a lot of upcycling in the factory, and these products have actually become our fastest sellers. So although we started with just the vanilla type dry coconuts, this blend of upcycled bananas and pineapples have become the fastest sellers, the best sellers of our factory right now, and we are scaling our ability to process, to absorb more of these almost lost products and produce more of those products, churn out more of those products into the market. So that's what we're doing with post-harvest losses. We're also working with factories, cashew factories, for example, that have less than perfect nuts, cashew nuts, that for exports, and we are processing that into clusters and snacks that you're seeing in the market, and these are fast selling. And so we're off taking a lot of byproducts from factories, minimizing food waste, minimizing the food waste, and also increasing the improving the livelihoods of these small-scale farmers that would have had to face the economic impact of these losses. So that's translating to improved livelihoods for them.
No, thank you very much, Winfred, for sharing that. 40% of farmers' produce gets wasted, 40%. And really we're saying if we sold for just food waste alone, even at 90% of that, we would recover another 30% of available food. What a fantastic innovation to share. So before I bring in the money boy, let me first introduce again Rashid Sarunim to help us. Tell us, how do we solve for this crisis? From where you're sitting, what is the one practical idea you think we should spend a bit of time focusing on to solve for the crisis that is imminent? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Kola Didada. I'm actually representing Rashid Sarumi, who is unavoidably absent here. All right, in Saro, Africa, made up of several subsidiaries, but a critical part of our business is the Saro Agrosciences, where we are into agri-input distribution and also providing solutions to the farmers. And we've had several milestones, like taking the farmers to school to be able to get them to use the product in the right way. And also, we were also able to democratize distribution, because relying solely on government sales, we know the implication, the predictability is not there. So we're able to democratize distribution, and in Nigeria today, we have one of the widest distribution within the rural network of Nigeria. Okay, and also within SARO, we also have a JV with Sitco International, where we have the Sitco Nigeria. I currently manage that part of the business. And from where I stand, because I live and work from Kaduna and intimately work with the farmers, and I'm able to see that there are a lot of challenges, but we believe that through collaboration, we should be able to solve some of these challenges. And I think through this discourse we've had, we need to put our ego aside to be able to work together. But for me, critically, for collaboration to work, we must be able to identify all the challenges, because the food challenges we are facing today, they are symptomatic of the challenges that do exist. And the fundamental one for me, where I stand, is insecurity. And in addressing insecurity, it has to be a holistic approach. There has to be a stakeholder management approach, very critical. And because I've seen what the impact of insecurity has done this year, really. We may say there's an imminent food security. It is true. It's coming. Very clear. Because we've seen acreage under cultivation reducing, one. We've also seen inability to even attract the right talent, to be able to work within the rural space. It's also a big challenge. So I believe strongly we're able to first and foremost manage insecurity, the challenges associated with it, through a stakeholder management approach. Then we can also now start talking about the other building blocks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kalode, for bringing that up, because we were reminded earlier today that none of us is safe until everyone is safe. And therefore, because it's happening elsewhere, we don't think it will happen to us. It is happening to all of us today. And the opportunity that we have is to make agriculture not just inclusive, but to look at farming as an enterprise, as a business. So hearing all of the innovations that you all have brought to the fore, and this is just really a tip of the iceberg. The point is that there's so many innovations out there. What I also hear is that there's not enough financing coming into the hidden middle. And allow me to introduce Ayodeji, CEO AFEX, to help us break down this complexity. Is it indeed true that these innovations cannot be financed? What is it we can do to get the big boys, the banks, the private capital, to actually finance these innovations? Because it's from these solutions we have had that we can solve these problems. Over to you, Adeji.
Thank you, my sister. So the short answer, yes, innovation can be financed. And we've seen quite a number of examples, which I'll come back to. But the first question, we have to first look at the point of how do we innovate, particularly, looking at the food systems and focusing on agriculture. When I think of innovation and when I think of, the food systems pretty much, I like to parallel it with any other, big data, big tech, big pharma, and think of how they ideate, how they create products, design solutions, and bring it to market. Imagine a big pharmaceutical company, which is one of the biggest spenders in R&D globally. They will never start an ideation and innovation process without finding a problem in the market they're solving for and estimating the market size and understanding the willingness to pay for that, and who will pay. Sometimes it is the user of the drugs that will pay, sometimes it's government, sometimes it's the developing community. But all those are clearly mapped out before the innovation starts from, despite the fact that they have 10% of their profits almost year on year devoted to innovation. Now, when we think about it, about our innovation system in agriculture, the only time I get spoken with by, the players in the seeds or on the input space is either when it's, 4 weeks before the rain starts, or when they are doing a conference to launch new seeds. And then you come into the all 4 hours of very technical conversations around, all the kind of nutrient fortification. And I'm like, what problem are we solving for? Who are we solving for? Who is going to pay for what we are creating? Right? And until we get to that question of how do we innovate, engaging the market, understanding the demand, and solving a problem, we'll never have product market fit. So what we have, particularly in Nigeria, and allow me to isolate in the seed systems, is that we have multiple innovations, but there's zero product market fit. Faro 44 is is 80% of market share of rice being sold. And then we have over 200 varieties that have been released and approved. I don't know, maybe the number is wrong, but many of those varieties out there. So the question is, how do we understand who the buyer is, and how do we innovate for that? The second is that we now operate in Kenya and in Uganda more recently, and in Kenya we disbursed loans to 10,000 farmers. It was our first season. 100% got seeds with their input bundle. In fact, there was a prerequisite. You cannot disburse a bundle if it didn't have seed in it. In Nigeria, 10 years we've been at it, we managed to cross 15% of acceptance of seeds. The farmer would just not take it. It's almost like you're forcing them to get it. And at 15%, we're 3 times the national average in terms of adoption of hybrid seeds. And the problem is the trust. They just don't trust it. And remember, trust is a function of statistics. If I use this since 5 times, it works 5 out of 5 or 4 out of 5. If I use it and it works only 2 out of 5, there's a 40% success rate. So probabilistic speaking, it's a higher chance of me using my safe seeds than to bet on this, which also increases my cost of. The farmers are rational economic thinkers, and that's how they think. So first is, how do we innovate? Are we creating are we innovating around things that have product market fits? Second is, what is the fidelity of what we're creating? The final product that gets to the table, to the market, what is the quality assurance? How much of investment are we making? Are we, as investors in the business itself, investing our capital? Or are we just getting donor grants to provide the seeds and get it to market? And hence, we need to churn out multiple varieties. So I think that's the first problem that we have to get to. Looking at it and saying, moving up the line, how can we then start to come from a solutions mindset? So we have to, I think funding is available, and, we just need to say, how can we attract the right funding for agriculture? There's been several experiments that have been successful. I keep saying one of the, even though problems, one of the successes we had in the last decade has been the agri-tech rise. There are certain things that need to be fixed. It's not a perfect model, but we've seen that if you have a strong value proposition and you bring it to the market, people are ready to take a risk on agriculture and unlock capital. Now, there is a big mismatch in terms of short-term funding for long-term asset creation. There is lack of regulation in terms of managing that space, and transparency as well. So we've had issues in the space, but that's some of the innovations. Innovations, you never get it right once. It is multiple iterations. How can we then iterate on that? If you look at markets that have been evolved, the last market that has sort of grown to scale and productivity is sort of like Eastern Europe, right? It's been 20 years of continuous growth, in food production. And then you say, what has changed, right? So it's at that core of, how can you separate the owner of the land, right, which is the assets, the farmer, who is a trained technical expert to farm, and then the provider of capital, right? Because you need these 3 things in one. 1 in 10 chances do you find the 3 things in one enterprise. Most of the time, the capital owner is separate from the land owner and is separate from the technical farmer. Now, when the guy that has 1,000 hectares is retired 35%, 30 years after service, and he says, I want to go to farm, everything goes down. And then it's like, agriculture is a bad business. But you're not a trained farmer. You wouldn't go and set up a school, without training or bringing the skills, or set up an hospital. So until we're able to create a system that brings the 3 things together in Africa, we will still struggle to fund our food systems.
Thank you very much, DG. And I think I like the challenge you've thrown back to the scientists. And they say this a lot in our own meetings. They say, I would like to have a farmer in the midst of these conversations. Who are the farmers in the room? Show of hands, who are the farmers? Excellent. So we've got quite a lot of farmers, and it would be good to see, and we'll give an opportunity for farmers to really share their own experience so that we can know that we are really resonating with a problem. So Deji throws a big question, and I would like to come back to Dr. Anthony. Are we starting with the problem in mind? what are we solving for? When I look at the varieties that are available, the farmer adoption is 8-9-year-old varieties. That's the average across sub-Saharan Africa. And right now we have smart plant breeders still breeding. Where do we connect the needs of the farmer? Now, right now we have a new challenge. They don't have access to fertilizer, right? So they are applying local nuanced solutions with different hybrids. How are you bringing the farmer into the conversations for R&D?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Deji made a point, you know. The farmers maybe don't trust, you know, and one thing you have to understand is this is their livelihood. You know, they have nothing else to do apart from this. Many of us, even a lot of the farmers in the room right now, I'm sure maybe farming is a part-time for them, or maybe they combine it with one or two things. But these guys, you know, this is their life, and they don't want to gamble because they also feel there's no, let's say, like the risking factor. Like, okay, if I go with this seed and this happens, you know, I'm messed up for the next 1 year. So I think what we need to do, of course, and this is also for all my colleagues, not only the seed company I'm working with, I think they say seeing is believing, you know. So we need to do more, you know, things like demos, outreach, field days. You know, the farmers need to be convinced to adopt these technologies. Technology adoption is slow, you know. That's why you find out that a lot of people are still using old varieties. I hear of people asking for even 1980-something varieties that were bred in the early 80s, for instance, you know. So, but again, many times it's also the wrong notion. The average farmer thinks growing hybrids is super expensive because they believe that, you know, hybrids require a lot of fertilizer, a lot of management. They feel they are not as tough as their own land races or their local varieties. But of course, these perceptions have changed. You know, in recent times, plant breeders are breeding for very tough varieties. You know, low nitrogen tolerant varieties, drought tolerant varieties, disease resistant varieties. So right now they need to, you know, kind of switch from what they've used to these new things. But that will take a lot of work on our part to try and you know, get them in it. In terms of, do the farmers participate in breeding or in designing breeding, you know, product profiles? Yes. Well, in the past, I wouldn't say so. You know, it's more of the researchers sitting down and sometimes thinking, you know what is best for the farmer. So then you give a good product, and at the end of the day, the farmer brings up one excuse. Like, he tells you, oh, this your variety is high yielding, but it's not tasty. You know, I prefer my local one, which I make better tuwo with, for instance. And that can be really frustrating and discouraging. Nowadays, yes, we try to integrate them. At Value Seeds, I interact a lot with the farmers, with the outgrowers, you know, even with the villagers and even some of the casual workers to try to, you know, get their perception. They look at our fields and say, well, we like your fields, but they think they cannot, you know, replicate or duplicate our fields because they think there's something special we are doing that they cannot do or they don't have access to. So those are some of the things we're trying to do to get them more involved in varietal development because that's the only way that these varieties will be able to scale. If not, it will just be all talk and, you know, news and not getting there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think, Deji, you do catalyze a great conversation. So we will start with the problem in mind. And the problem in mind is really what is the farmer trying to solve for, looking at farming as an enterprise. Let me come back to you, Nkiru, again, because I know that you have mentioned before that farming itself is a very fragmented community and that we need to find ways of aggregating that demand in a manner, and I think you also alluded to that. In your experience, what has worked? How best can we aggregate this demand? And, you know, what can be the solution that you can propose that can be taken to scale? Thank you.
Thank you. Before I answer that, I also want to comment on something Deji said. Okay. I'm a farmer, so I can indict my fellow farmers. The scientists can indict us because they don't know what we go through. He was talking about trust in the seeds. What I'm indicting my fellow farmers is this. You buy a seed. Every seed has a protocol. Some of us farmers don't follow the protocol. Then we blame the seed seller. And then we'll pass on that information that the seed is bad. You buy a seed, there has to be a spacing. There has to be when you use pesticides, herbicides, when you apply your fertilizer, when you should even harvest it. A seed might tell you should harvest 70 days and you leave it at 75 or 76, and you come out and say the corn is dry, it's not so sweet, but you did not follow the protocol. So that's also now breeds trust because we pass it on to ourselves. So that is why I'm indicting farmers. And then it means that next time most people won't buy it. You asked me that there's fragmentation of farmers. What I've found out, what will work, which isn't working, is what Ndidia also alluded to when she made her presentation. 1 to 7,500 extension service workers. One, I've been in farming for nearly 10 years. I've never met an extension service worker. Not from the federal government, not from the state, not from anybody. And those people are the knowledge base. Those are the people who can, because they are maybe, a farmer extension worker that's an expert in yam is going to visit a lot of communities. That's the person that's going to pass on the information about the right seeds and the right thing. Another way to get farmers together is through cooperatives, but we found out that the cooperative system in Nigeria is not really truthful. People register cooperatives, and when you tell them to come for cooperatives to get loans, and then when you tell them, let me see the number of people in your cooperative, that is when you find out it's the mother, the father, the sister, the brother. So we have found out that really doesn't work. At the end of the day, trying to get farmers into a group is a job that the government needs to play a big part, and also some governmental organizations are the ones who can help us to get farmers into groups, into structures for us to be able to sell them or show them the things that can improve their livelihood.
Well, you do throw another point there, which I'm keenly looking at the opportunity. You know, we do all agree that extension is broken. And I'm reminded by one of my board members that says that one of the inputs that we forgot to address in solving for inclusive agriculture transformation is information as an input to farmers. So if you have been in farming for 10 years and you haven't met an extension officer, and it's you, right?
And I'm in Lagos, which you say is cosmopolitan. I'm not in the village. Then
Great.
How can the farmer in the village in Jigawa have met an agri-extension worker?
Great. So I'm looking at that number, 1 to 7,500. Isn't that a job opportunity for our young people? How do we bring young people to serving this need? This is a job opportunity. And I think, Deji, I'll come back to you because we have been on multiple platforms discussing why are we having our smart young people flocking out of our borders to go and look for alternative employment when we can give them a dignified job right here at home. And in extension, there it is. Just reducing that ratio from 1, in Agra we have defined an optimum number, 1 to 200. That alone, even then it's huge, but in marketing we say every one person has opportunity to reach 200 people in your inner circle directly. How can we create meaningful jobs in agriculture? And let me come back to you, Deji, that can enable young people to look at farming as an entrepreneur opportunity or employment opportunity.
Thank you again. Every time I asked the question about youth in agriculture, the first question I ask myself is, if my son says he wants to be a farmer, I'm going to have a heart attack. That's particularly the way we define farming today. And it is, we players in the space today, we have that, we have that obligation to create a model that makes this meaningful for them. That we're not creating more poor people, by creating more farming jobs or more agribusiness related jobs, enterprises. If you can't create a model, and we don't have the answer at Apex, but at least we are trying to solve for it. If you cannot create a model that makes the farmer, a young graduate, earn $20,000, 5-10 million naira in 2 to 3 years of being in that business, we have failed. They would rather leave and go and wash toilets in other countries than stay here and be farmers. Let's be frank. We wouldn't have youth in agriculture if we do not create an economic model that makes them earn a living wage or a decent wage. At least we won't have the kind of talents that we need to grow the productivity to where we need to be. Now, how do we do this, and what's the point of extension? So one of the ways that we need to think is that, coming out of AGRF last week, and Agi, thank you for convening 2,600 people, across Africa. In Kigali for a fantastic, 4 or 5 days of thinking what are the root problems around agriculture and finding solutions. But one of the key things, somebody said, that one of my big 5 takeaways from AGRA was that we need to have a dashboard every year, count the number of $1 billion agribusinesses we have in Africa, count the number that has increased, and that is one metric that we all rally ourselves about. Because, when the tide moves, it carries everything along. When you have big businesses, it creates opportunities down the chain. It carries everybody, particularly if it's in agriculture, right? You can then start to say, how then can you, because if you think about extension, and then tech-enabled extension is what comes to mind for a small guy to then go and say, I have 200, 500 people in my community, I want to sell services to them. But then you have to bring in the knowledge into his phone, right? And then you have to engage him on the rules of engagement, right? And then you have to then tie that knowledge into a service. Because selling education, which is what extension is, without an income in mind, there's not going to be anybody that will buy it. If the guy comes and says, pay me 10,000 naira for a year of training, but the farmer says, where am I going to earn that 10,000 naira times 3? Are you bringing a loan with the training you're giving me? Are you giving me market access? Am I going to multiply my yields? By extension alone, if you don't give me the capacity to use the inputs I need, I'm not just going to get the magic outputs. So we have to look at this as a bundle service, but we also have to look at it and say, how can we create an ecosystem that then enables those services? So maybe a tech company that comes in, digitizes content, creates a mobile solution, employ 1,000 young graduates or guys with diplomas, do the training from them, and then pushes them out for specific value chains linked into markets or an ecosystem. Then you start to see this, then it becomes a viable model. Because the guy gets 10,000 farmers from 10,000 naira each from 200,000 farmers and starts to build an income, but also can earn a little bit commission on fertilizer, a little bit commission on grain sales, and a few of those kind of things. Today, FX has 1,000 field extension officers. Thanks to AGRA again for being able to fund optimizing that model to a way where we can then tie the field extension officers to the income stream and then earn it back. So each of our 1,000 guys get 40,000 naira every month, and then they have a 180,000 naira bonus that is paid across 3 different, every quarter there's a target, there's a KPI, it's either data quality, loan repayment cycles, productivity of the farmer, and then they get a commission above it. And that's one, right? So people can come in and join, but that's not even enough in any manner and form. We need 1,000 of those to really solve this gap.
Thank you very much. I do like... Oh. Okay, great. Thanks a lot, Deji, for that. I think so. We're seeing models that are already being tried and tested around how to make, the youth find these jobs meaningful and dignified. And let me equally get additional insights from Bonita Treats, because you are already providing employment, right? So tell us about the role of extension in helping you get quality inputs into your factory, and where you would see young people finding, attractive jobs in that process. Thank you.
Thank you.
you. To land on top of what DJ is saying, I definitely see an opportunity for that information to cascade down to the farmers. It translates to the better quality yields, better quality outputs that we can also process. We can also convert into shelf-stable products. That's really where we play. We are processors first. We're providing jobs in factory jobs first, but as we go along, as we get bigger, we're now starting to see we're now starting to explore backward integrating in some of the products that we use. For example, sesame seeds. We're working with small farmers around our factory to offtake a portion of their products, and that's this year we're going into training them and helping them to improve their outputs from that perspective. The more they can improve their yields, the more they can find factories like ours that can offtake even about almost lost products. The better their outcomes, the better their outputs for them, really.
Okay, so in particular, how many jobs do you think you can create if there was no limitation on scaling your business? Let's just hear some numbers
at the moment,
there.
our factory has 65 workers. 80% of them of those are women. In the next year, we expect to ramp that up to almost 200, just increasing our capacity.
Wow.
And that's just from the factory. As we begin to work with the farmers, there's of course more opportunities to employ more people, really.
Okay.
We actually have casual workers that I've not included in this number, that when they're not working in a factory, they're working on farms. So sometimes we have to poach them off the farms that they're working on for the day, or they help in pre-processing in the factory. So there's this other number of people that as we scale, we begin to take them off the unemployment, really.
Thank you very much. So, I want to throw a challenge at you, and I'll be coming back to that. Have you thought of franchising your model, whereby we can get to solve for post-harvest losses across all the states in Nigeria that grow, pineapple and banana and all that? I think that's a challenge I would want to throw to most entrepreneurs, because we like to hold our thing, as opposed to thinking about the bigger problem we can solve for. But I'll come back to that, just to think about it. Great. So let me come back, to again, solution providers. I mean, you are already creating massive jobs. Tell us about how many jobs you're creating with your solution. And if I asked you to 10x that, what would it mean for you?
Well, thank you. Like I initially, I'll piggyback and I'll respond to your question directly. I think Sebue Farms is really and truly maybe at the epicenter of what other parts of Nigeria are actually facing. We're located in the northeast, so finance finds itself very difficult to locate itself in the northeast because of all the different rubrics that are given, or risk factors that are taken into consideration. Dairy farmers typically use improved seeds for their cattle, so we're also at the confluence of that. Milk in itself is extremely perishable, so post-milking losses, I'll put it in quote, the farmer has to cool its milk to 4 degrees within the space of 2 hours. So in terms of post-harvest or post-milking losses, I think I'm at the very end of the spectrum. But what we've decided, and I'm a young person, and I'm in agriculture, so everything that has actually been discussed across here lands up at the very feet of my table. But what I want us to realize is the opportunity in agriculture has to be first seen from the bottom up. I think a lot of the solutioning that we look at, we're looking at a very niche set of people that are looking at these solutions and trying to understand the risk and reward that will come from it. Take, for example, improved seeds. A lot of farmers, if they have losses in a farming season, that affects their entire year. It affects their ability to access healthcare, feed their families, pay for education. So what you see as a trivial extension worker gap is a much more weighted decision for an individual farmer. So what we've done in terms of how we have solved for most of these issues within the Northeast, which people think is an unsafe region. The Northeast probably has about 35 million people. And if you're not careful, that insecurity, be it physical security, food security, or healthcare security, will be exported to other parts of the country, and then they will start weighing down. What we've done is we've had a blend of innovation that makes it extremely attractive for young people in the language they understand, to make them understand that there is a viable way of earning a decent living by coming into the dairy value chain. That, for me, the story sells more than the solutioning that comes about from it. Within our ecosystem, we've invested in renewable energy. The entire northeast of Nigeria gets 50 megawatts of power. My dairy plant takes 1.5 megawatts. Adamawa State gets 7 megawatts of power. One factory is taking almost 40% of that. It tells you that if you rely on the typical grid structures to be able to deliver power, which is essential for agricultural processing, you already be at the back end. So we invested in renewable energy. Nigerian cattle system, African cattle systems are diversified. Western society, you find one farm that has 60,000 cows. Nigeria has those numbers, but they are diversified across a lot of households that have 70, 50, 30. The only way you can bridge that kind of gap is to infuse technology. So we invested in a farm management system that has GPS locations of the entire 12,000 farmers. We know the amount of cattle they have. We know if they are nomadic or sedentary, if they don't have access to finance or financial institutions. We've introduced mobile wallets to be able to pay farmers every single Saturday. And in terms of making this attractive for youth, I plainly say it, the lowest earner of farmers within this 12,000 earns 60,000 naira a month. And on average, a farmer in the Northeast right now within the program, the Aldin program, earns 120,000. That's 4 times minimum wage. So for us, we've seen that youth, Nigerian youth and youth in general, Gen Z, they like Jaye life. So the honest truth is, if you don't show them that they can actually earn a decent living to be able to look up to their aspiration, then every other thing you're trying to package for them it's not going to work. So what we've done right now in partnership with the central bank and other government agencies is we have built collection centers, and we have actually gotten trained extension agents from those communities. So there are people that are familiar with the terrain. There are people that are familiar with households that already have the resources of cattle to be able to come into the program. And we just do the trainer, but we don't bring them from Lagos or Sokoto to come and train somebody that is in Jada, in Adamawa. You do not know the environment. Nigeria is extremely diverse in terms of its people, in terms of how they understand things. So localizing it first, I think Nigeria sits on a natural resource base that is unseen everywhere. And once you come from outside the country, you see it, but the people don't seem to understand it. For us right now is to educate our people and let them know there is opportunity in agriculture. And because we pay every single Saturday, our farmers have become the most credit-worthy farmers possibly in Nigeria. They give them improved seeds on credit. They give them fertilizers on credit, because they do know that you already have a base that provides you income, and that allows you to then take the risk required to increase productivity. So when a farmer tells you he probably had a good harvest in 1973, so if he wants to farm this year, he's going to reference back to something that is emotional for him and was successful for him in the past. You breaking that link requires you to go the extra step. I personally look to young Nigerians, especially in the Northeast. The average age of people within our company is 27 years old. So they are the ones handling my renewable energy. They handle collection, milk logistics, processing, sales. Across the board, we have created opportunity, and it's young Nigerians that are leading the drive. So as of date right now, I think we've created about 390 millionaires within our dairy value chain. This tells you that they know that they have value within milk. They know that if they follow the instructions or protocol as used in seed to be able to deliver quality milk to these collection centers, they will be rewarded in tandem. that builds the trust that we're saying that needs to be established. That's why previously in my comments I mentioned that we don't start with the glitz and glam. What do you have available to you? This collection system has already started being sampled within shea butter, within maize, within soya bean, within baobab, and all of them, these are crops that Nigerians already, by default, based on your geographical location, are already engaged in. How do you create value with what they already see? Once you do that, every other kind of value-added processing becomes natural to them. They would invest. We have farmers that are paying extension agents to teach them how to plant feed for cattle, for milking processes. So external funding that would just come to do that is no longer necessary because the farmers now have the agency, the ability, and the choice to be able to increase their productivity by themselves because they know they have a backdrop of risk to be able to take up. I've spoken too much. Thank you.
No, I would like you to make your concluding remarks, then I'll come back to Dada. My question was, you have created 390 million millionaires already. How do you make that 39,000 millionaires?
So I think for me, it's a gradual process. We think we might get to 1,000 before the end of Q4 next year. The reason being is that we've just commissioned 2 months ago the largest dairy factory in Nigeria. It's powered by renewable, and it's going to allow us to go to every single ward or polling unit within the Northeast and collect milk. And once we're doing that, we do understand that these rural farmers don't have a high expense ratio. They don't pay rent, they don't pay tax, their meal structures are very simple. So we are seeing high levels of savings within this farmers' intranet. For us is to cascade that scale by building more collection centers, more trucking, milk trucking, to come to the factory. Our model is a model of shared prosperity. I think not every farmer needs to have a yogurt processing plant. We have done a model whereby we have taken the brunt of processing and we have de-risked the farmer's ability to get to market by saying milk and we'll buy.
Thank you very much. And I'll throw this back to Kolade. We each have 1 minute to wrap up. You've just had the market here. And I'm sure if you wear your seed hat on, you can be an input for the dairy sector in terms of feed, correct? What is your 1 minute pitch on what you can do in your current company to solve for the food crisis? 1 minute. Kolade.
All right, thank you. I think for us, one critical thing is understanding the farmer's journey, okay, and know where to actually meet them. So critically would be about understanding that journey and also have the right product that delivers on their need. So if you look at for the dairy market, for example, we have products that are well adapted to that particular theory. So we believe that through collaboration, I'll still emphasize that again, we should be able to raise.
Okay. So I hope you will be having conversations after this. Deji, 1 minute. What is the solution? And I will hold you accountable to this 12 months down the road. So please be audacious in your statement as well. Over to you.
Market is the best fertilizer. That's a saying in Brazil. Don't give me fertilizer, give me markets. Every other thing follows. I think one of the things we are innovating around is we currently have 50 agri-SME, agri-tech companies that we're franchised our model to. We give them working capital, we give them technology, we give them markets, and then they engage between 1,000 to 3,000 farmers that they work with directly. We want to grow to 300 in Nigeria, and then get that to 1,000 across 10 countries in Africa.
Excellent. Markets is the best fertilizer from Deji, and you will be reaching how many farmers?
So currently 500,000 farmers, so 500,000 farmers. We should get to 2 million in 3 to
2 million farmers it is, and with collaboration we could be talking 30, 40, 50 million farmers. Excellent. Thank you very much. Let me come to you, Nkiru. Your 1 minute pitch. What can you do differently to, tap into this opportunity?
Farming is like computer programming, garbage in, garbage out. You don't give farmers good inputs at the right time without technical support, then we're not going to improve their livelihood. For us to improve their livelihood, the right inputs at the right time with technical support, then farmers will improve their livelihood.
Wow, so garbage in, garbage out means we are going to improve what we put in, so it's going to be quality in, quality information in, and quality outputs out, right? Excellent, thank you very much. So Doctor, you've had the opportunities, you've had the challenges, you are in the midst of the crisis. What can we do differently? Please share with us, Anthony, your 1 minute is now.
Okay, for me, I still believe seed is basic. Seed is the foundation of everything. We just need to focus more on penetration, getting down to the community farmer. We need to build trust, you know, and when the right seeds are used with all the other complementary packages, I think there will be significant change in the industry. Thank you.
Yeah, plant breeders will always be plant breeders. Seed is everything. I totally agree with you on that. All right, great. Winfred, my question back, 10x. What would that be?
Well, I think, first of all, we need more processors like myself to be a bridge between the retailers and the farmers. You know, if we can continue to create innovative products that are sustainable, that require sustainable practices, if we can continue to create products that reduce these post-harvest losses, create the products, create the demand, because some of the products we put to the market in the past 2 years didn't exist, but people have come to love them. So we do need processors that are innovative, that have the ideas around converting some of these products into shelf-stable, loved products that consumers will then buy. As consumers buy, you know, they begin to impress on the farmers to give them this, the kind of quality in terms of inputs that they need. So it's kind of push and pull. You know, we're pushing products into the shelves and we're pulling from farmers and requiring them to up their game in what they're doing. I think that if we scale that, not just in the Bonita factory, but we have more innovative manufacturers thinking about how to utilize these inputs, and then, you know, flood the shops and the supermarkets and the open markets with that, then we can have that 10x that you want.
Wow, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the fantastic panel. I don't even have time to take questions from our farmers in the room like I had promised, but as you have heard, the energy, the enthusiasm is ripe. The opportunity is in our midst, and the commitment I had right from, starting from the seed as the foundation to, getting more processors and aggregators, to meeting the farmers where they are, to starting with a problem in mind and solving for a particular solution, to not from garbage in, but from quality in to quality out, to the opportunity is now. I've had excellent ideas from the panel, and I thank you very much for coming up front to share these solutions. Nigeria is ready to shape the future of Africa. Thank you very much.
Applause. A round of applause for the amazing panelist and moderator as well. Beautiful, beautiful session, if you agree with me, really. All right, due to time constraints, we just have to move on to the next phase. As interesting and insightful as these discussions are in this room, we have not forgotten about our participants who are engaging with us online by dropping their comments and contributions. All right. So in order to give a different but just as insightful perspective to the conversation on food and nutrition security in Nigeria, we will dive into the high-level dialogue to take a closer look at the looming food crisis. What have we learned? Yes, and what are we doing to curtail this disaster? And what more can we do? This session will highlight learnings from other world regions in addressing food crisis, how to ensure donor alignment and build for long-term sustainability given the challenge of climate change and other shocks. Well, I would like to invite the moderator of this session, in person of Ms. Ifeoluwa Olorunipa, yes, Partnerships Development Manager at Sahel Consulting, up onto the stage. There she is. Please, another beautiful round of applause for her. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ifeoluwa Olorunipa, and I'm so honored and delighted to be the moderator for this interesting panel. Now, before I call on the esteemed panelists and also introduce the session, I'd like to stand on existing protocols. I'd like to recognize and appreciate the support and contributions from our partners and co-sponsors, AGRA, GIZ, and the EU. We also recognize our online participants. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, the food crisis is not new to us. Today, we've said a lot on the issues, even building on existing conversations from the UN Food System Summit last year to the recently concluded AGRF in Kigali last week, and even this morning, we have brought to the forefront the issues. And we've established the problems. And so now we're looking to focus on what have we learned, what are we currently doing, and what more can we do to curtail this disaster. Please join me as I welcome my esteemed panelists. First, I'd like to invite Ms. Mariska Lammers, the First Secretary, Food Security and Climate, Netherlands Embassy in Nigeria. Thank you for joining us. I'd also like to call on Ms. Leila Bernamo Mathieu, Head Human Development Delegation of the EU to the Federal Republic of Nigeria and ECOWAS. And I would also like to call on Ms. Agi Konde, our last moderator, to join us on this panel. She's the Vice President of Program Innovation and Delivery at AGRA. Thank you very much for joining us. Have we noticed any interesting thing on this panel? Our executive chair at Sahel Consulting this morning just talked about how important it is to bring women to the forefront, and I'm very delighted and honored to be on this panel. Thank you so much. Now, just going straight into this conversation, we're talking about the looming food crisis. What have we learned? What are we doing to curtail this disaster, and what more can we do? Now, building on existing conversations to address the food crisis, I would just like to ask the first question really, how is your organization currently supporting the agriculture sector in Nigeria across various thematic areas, whether production, policies, infrastructure, to really address the food crisis? I'll start from Mariska, and I'd like to ask that you can just introduce your organization again so that we're all clear. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thanks a lot, and good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Mariska Lammers. I'm the First Secretary, Food Security and Climate at the Netherlands Embassy. And thanks a lot for inviting me on this, how should we call it? A panel with all men is called a manel, so a panel with all women is like a whamel, I don't know.
Okay, so I think we'll go with the whamel for today.
Thanks a lot. So indeed, from the Dutch Embassy, we contribute to food and nutrition security in Nigeria. And we do that in several ways, and I really liked also the panel before with all the private sector actors, because that's also how we see it. So private sector really plays a key role, and as Dutch government we focus on seed and horticulture because that's where we think we have the most value to add. So we work, for instance, with Sahel Consulting on our collaborative seed program. So you can also have a look at our stand at the exhibition outside, where together with the Nigerian Agricultural Seed Council and all different actors in the seed sector, we developed a national seed roadmap to look at where the sector is now, what are the challenges, and what should be addressed in the coming 5 years. And that's really about multi-stakeholder participation. So really bringing everybody around the table, agreeing on the vision, on the strategy, and then working together. Secondly, in horticulture, that's our largest program. It's called Horti Nigeria, where we work with Wageningen University, which is the largest agricultural university from the Netherlands. and also with IFDC and others, East-West Seeds knowledge transfer on transforming the horticulture sector here in Nigeria. So we really try to be very targeted. I also liked what other speakers have said before. We cannot solve all the problems, really see where you have value to add and then focus on that. And yeah, I think with regards to the food crisis, what we've done, for instance, during the COVID-19 crisis, we looked at ways to keep the borders open, to keep markets working. So we did that together with GAIN, which is also an important partner of us. And there's many other interventions, but I think I'll leave it at this for now. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. I think. Okay. I think, taking some key takeaways from what you just mentioned in terms of seeds, particularly starting from the foundation, as we heard at the previous panel, and also really markets. This was also something that came strong from the previous panel as well. I'll come back to you, but I would like us to go to Ms. Leila now, really discussing, what currently is the EU doing in Nigeria across these thematic areas. If you could share some from that.
Yes, thank you so much. Well, hello, good afternoon, everyone. The EU is contributing in many different ways, of course, to this issue. If you look at your title, you have crisis, you have food security, you have resilience in the title of the conference for today. So the EU is really tackling the issue broadly. We have a multiple prongs approach to the subject. I'll go quickly through things, and then we can revert later, maybe. So we have, you have a food crisis that is a humanitarian crisis in the northeast already. So we do bring support in terms of humanitarian aid to the northeast. Our ECHO, the humanitarian organization of the EU, is also looking into doing something in the northwest. We also fund through grants many projects, some of them on livelihoods, resilience, other on agriculture and agribusiness, and I come back to that. So that's funding through grants. We also have a regional effort that is spearheaded by Brussels that also try to tackle the food crisis by providing support to Africa and, in this case, West Africa. So we are providing financial support through regional reserve for food security that goes through ECOWAS. That's with the French Development Bank, AFD. And then, of course, we also provide financing to the sector. So you have different approaches, different actors. The financing goes through what we call the European Investment Bank. So they are looking into bringing money to agriculture as a business in Nigeria. And they're already looking into implementing the rural and market tax. It's called RAMP. So they provide 150 million sovereign loan to government to build up on rural roads and access to markets. So in total, and of course we also have, what we call the Team Europe initiatives. So it's the Commission that we represent together with member states are working together in a Team Europe initiative that is looking into sustainable, business-minded agriculture and also renewable energies. Our strongest members, apart from the Commission, in that is the Netherlands, Germany, France, and Denmark. So they are contributing through various means. It's technical support, it's strong subventions too, depending on the field. in total, the Commission and the European Investment Bank only are contributing 550 million to the sector, not counting humanitarian aid.
Thank you very much. So two key things from that, the support for humanitarian aid and also financing for agribusinesses. And I definitely see a link with the first panel, talking about what the innovative financing could be. And also now on this panel, talking about the support that's already existing in the system. So we'll come back to you. I just want to go to Aggie now to please just give us some introduction into what AGRA is doing, particularly across various thematic areas, really to address the food crisis in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. I think we've switched roles, so I have to now wear my hat as the Vice President of Program Innovation and Delivery at AGRA. I'm honored to be here. As you know, in Nigeria in particular, we have been operating in two particular states, Kaduna and Niger. Our motto is very simple. As partners in the agriculture ecosystem, we subscribe to the notion that we must be able to have inclusive agriculture. And our definition of inclusive agriculture transformation is where women are participating, youth are participating, the environment is protected. We're talking about people, planet, and profits. So the last 2 years, interestingly, when they say never waste a crisis, we have been testing out some models around what we are now calling sustainable farming. Having, of course, noted that climate change is real, and having noted that we must be able to feed ourselves because long value chains are really now a problem. So, one part of the world goes to war and the whole world suffers. So really our role is as a not-for-profit institution, how do we get into places where private sector is currently not finding profitable and places where government is too stretched to be able to concentrate in that area. So in the areas of agriculture, we focus all the way from the farm. So we talk about all inputs. So we have been supporting, whether it is from training scientists to just have the knowledge to design the right varieties, that's work we've been doing over the years, going all the way to building capacities for small enterprises because we believe in grow local, promote local. So we support local grantees. So in Niger and in Kaduna State, we've been working with over 300 to 400 grantees. So today, if you want to implement any program in agriculture, you've got a grantee who's able to take a grant, deploy it, be able to meet all your standards for whichever partner it is, and be able to deliver the result that you want. So that capacity is already live, in essence. The other things that we also do is we work with partners. AGRA is not in Nigeria directly. We've got a very small team that you've been seeing. Please, my colleagues from AGRA, if you're here, please stand up for recognition, that do all this work, but we do that from Sahel partners to, yes, Doctor over there, thank you. We do that with very many local partners, so they are the ones that do the implementation. So our job is to support in coordination, learnings, transferring learnings from one country to another, because we see different successes in Kenya, in Tanzania, in Rwanda, in Uganda, in Burkina Faso, Mali, and all those countries where we are. And we're saying we don't have time to be able to implement or go through this whole learning curve. How do we learn from others and be able to bring that here? So some of the quick things that we think all of us should challenge ourselves, we all have existing capacities. How do we collaborate with each other's capacities so we are not duplicating our efforts? So where we find capacity, we do not play that role. We work with an existing partner who has that capacity. We only go where there is a gap, and where that gap is going to be catalytic in nature. So right now we are talking about planting. We have a dry planting season coming for Nigeria. What we need to be concerning ourselves now is how do we get the right information, the right inputs to farmers with the right market. If we did that now within the next 30, 60 days, we will not have the same hunger numbers we're seeing for Nigeria, because we will have nipped the problem in the bud, as they say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aggie. So from the first round of questions, what I'm hearing is there a lot that's currently being done, from funding to support for production, tech and capacity support, even climate action, and also ensuring inclusive agriculture in Nigeria. Now, I'd like to start again from you as we go across the panelists. Given your engagements now in other countries, what are some key lessons that you've learned from your activities in other countries that we can leverage, some best practices that we can leverage in Nigeria as we look to address the food crisis?
Thank you very much. I think the one quick thing we can do is really partnerships, like I mentioned. Earlier on, the panel was talking about the power of markets. Farmers are entrepreneurs. If today all our farmers were guaranteed a market and guaranteed a certain price point today, they would plant the right seed, they would plant in the right acreage, and they wouldn't interfere with the environment. So who are the people that have markets? We know off-takers, we are looking at aggregators, we are looking at consumers, we are looking at institutional buyers. So whether it is schools, whether it's hospitals, whether it's corporates that have large people, this is where the market is. Whether it is, hypermarkets or supermarkets, we need to be able to bring all these voices on the table to guarantee farmers a market. That is one. So partnerships are very critical, and that will trigger or create the behavior that we would like to see. And then we start having what we call formal structured markets happening for farmers. That is one lesson that we have learned. And where structured market contracts have been respected, we have seen adoption of technology jump from 5 to 45% in one planting season. We've seen that happen. So the other lesson that I would like to bring to the table is the power of innovation, the power of digital. We all have access to data, but that data is in our personal servers or corporation servers. We don't have good quality public data that can give the private sector appetite to invest. Now, this is where the issue of getting our egos out of the way is important. Because if we indeed have a crisis, you cannot be sitting on data and you're not telling us where is excess production, where is underproduction, where is the market trending towards. So I would wish to ask, how can we collaborate better on quality data such that we are aggregating that data to be able to attract private capital into the system? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aggie. Two key things, the importance of partnerships and also data. And I think that's a question we can actually push to the room at the end of this panel to really understand the different stakeholders that are here. How do we collaborate to enable us share data, public data, and come together and use that to solve the problem? Thank you very much, Aggie. But going back to you, Leila, what are some best practices or key lessons from your engagements that what have you learned, and also best practices that we can leverage in Nigeria?
Can you hear me? Yes. We have been engaging, as I was saying, in many different ways. What we are currently building on as related to agriculture now is, as she was saying, the collaboration is key. Partnership is now our middle name. And it's true that we need also to share data. And I think this it's something that cuts across all fields in the way we implement projects in Nigeria. It's not only agriculture. Now, what we have taken out of the many projects we've been implementing in the past is that we have to build stronger link, we always work together with government, maybe try to find new dynamic ways of working with government. In the particular field of agriculture, we are looking definitely, we've been doing resilience project in my team, for instance, but we're also now looking into supporting agribusiness, identifying the gaps, and the best practices really is, we are still at the stage where we need to have, to understand the situation on the ground in a very detailed way. So if we could come up with a roadmap and very fine aggregated data. That would be one. And what we've learned from the past also is that when we don't have good donors coordination, also with the private sector, with all actors, then very often we miss the target.
Thank you very much. I like the fact that you mentioned the need for a roadmap, and then as I come to you, Mariska, one of the things I'm aware of, that the Dutch did was the National Seed Roadmap in collaboration with Sahel Consulting, and really ensuring multi-stakeholder partnerships. Now, from that experience, what would you say are some key lessons that we can definitely leverage on, build on, that other donors maybe can also learn from in ensuring that we're all collaborating and working together?
Yeah, thank you. I think indeed it's very important to have a roadmap and not just like a policy document or a strategy which is quite abstract. As indeed you also mentioned in your presentation, there is a lot of strategies and policy documents also based on the outcomes of the food system summit dialogues, but sometimes it's at a very high abstract level, and in order to really move to implementation, you need more practical documents and strategies. And so what we did with the National Seed Roadmap is really to bring everybody together, identify 22 topics in the seed sector in Nigeria that need to be addressed, identify which actors play a key role in tackling those issues, and then setting priorities and dividing tasks. Specifically, who's going to do what. So it talks about plant variety protection, it talks about seed quality assurance, it talks about extension services, it talks about seed marketing and promotion, very specific topics where Dutch experts together with Nigerian experts work together to address it. And we cannot do everything. So out of the 22 topics, 8 topics are now being addressed in the collaborative seed program, which still leaves a lot of other topics that others can step up and address. One of the topics is also donor coordination. I have to say I have worked in Ghana for 3 years. If I compare Ghana to Nigeria, especially with regard to donor coordination, I think Nigeria can really make some improvements. Even though Nigeria is not really a big donor darling country because of the middle income status, but I think a lot of donors here, and I'm also of course looking at myself as a donor, we do inform each other, and I really want to compliment the EU for taking a leading role in this Team Europe initiative. But I also would really like to appeal to the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development to provide us with that guidance and tell us, okay, this is what we want from you. These are the interventions you should be focusing on. If you're going to work in the dairy sector, please work together with these and these donors because they are already doing the work. And I think that to have that kind of overview and more guidance, that would be really helpful for me as a donor. One other thing I want to mention when you ask what are some of the lessons learned from other countries, and it was also mentioned before, security is key to do anything. We are seeing some of the biggest Dutch companies in Nigeria, like Friesland Campina, I'm sure you all know Peak Milk, for instance, like Heineken, like Unilever, telling us that after they've been here for decades sometimes, they are actually thinking of scaling down or maybe even withdrawing because they cannot do their work. That is the basics for everything. So I'm really hoping that the security situation will improve so that we can tackle the food crisis.
Thank you very much, Mariska. And with security, we understand that this is a big challenge. And as part of this conference, we have a breakout session directly focused on safety and security, where we as stakeholders come together to provide actionable solutions or recommendations, action steps to ensure that we can also address that, because that's a big part of agriculture in Nigeria. And I'm also happy you mentioned donor alignment. I think you may have been reading my mind, because this is one of the questions I had, to really understand how we as donors are aligning, aligned with the needs from the landscape or the needs from the agriculture sector, or institutional partners on the ground, to ensure first that we are addressing the key needs, and also to ensure that we're not working in silos or we're not duplicating efforts. Aggie, I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
No, thank you. So for those of you in the room that don't know how AGRAS was started, really it was a call by the former UN Kofi Annan, the late, which really was asking for African states to have an independent institution that can help on the coordination but prioritization of agriculture. So this is something we work a lot on in every country in which we operate, and we only get into a country once we are first and foremost get an endorsement from the country that agriculture is a priority, security must be a priority, and then there has to be a role for us to play. So coordination is one of the roles we have been playing in a very difficult space, because I'm reminded by my president, Dr. Agnes Kalibata, that many times donors say they don't want to be coordinated. Now, the irony of that is that when you look at our last independent evaluation, it showed that unless all of the bottlenecks that the smallholder farmer faces are resolved for, they can never come out of a survival mode. So if AGRA comes in and is looking at just two catalytic areas, and then another donor comes and looks at another and another, and all of them are not speaking to the same problem or layering on each other, we are really spending good dollar after bad. So as we know, with the constraints in the economy, with fewer dollars coming to development, I think the time is now. The time is now for us to coordinate ourselves more, not just donors, all actors in the agriculture sector. We must stop repeating what others have already done. If you listen to the innovations that have been tested and tried, they are the same. But is the needle moving? The needle cannot move until, as Didi says, we put our egos aside and get to work together. This is our continent, this is our Africa, these are our children, these are our mothers, our fathers, our grannies that are going home hungry. And within a few months, it's going to come to our own households in the city. It's because we're not going to afford food, right? So I think, like they say, never waste a good crisis. How do we want to move the needle on coordination? We, as AGRA, have put our head in the sand. We've said we are happy to play that difficult role of coordinating all actors against a common agenda. Because the beautiful thing is that all African states have what they call a National Agriculture Investment Plan. So there is a plan. It's not that there are no plans. Where plans are not there, we support the development of those plans. There is a prioritization across all, from farm to fork. We are now talking about a food systems direction. Africa has already, like Nigeria, you already have a food systems roadmap. Nigeria is one of the 4 countries that has already done that. Kudos. So we would like to move those 4 countries and bring all the others along, having a clear food systems roadmap and focus on the priorities one at a time. So that every dollar you invest, our own index is that for every $1 we put in the agriculture sector, we want to give it a 40 to 50% return. And that can only be done with coordination. So happy to see how we can move the needle in that area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aggie. I think a major key takeaway from this panel, the time is now. There's the need for coordinated action. We don't need to work in silos. We need to build on what we've already done in the landscape. We need to build on what other people are doing and really to address this issue. So, on this panel, we've talked about what we're currently doing as different funders, and we've talked about what we've learned based on our activities. Now I like that we've started to talk about what more can we do in this landscape. So I'll go to you, Ms. Leila, to for your thoughts on what more can we do. What are some of the gaps that currently not be filled that we need to address?
Yes, thank you. I think the gaps have already been mostly identified, especially during the first panel. We all know about the gaps. We have gaps in financing the sector at all levels. And that's one of the issues the European Union is trying to address together with its member states at different levels. So you have microfinancing, you have projects focusing on livelihoods and training people to get out of poverty and farmers. You have guarantees provided to businesses, SMEs, and also big money may be coming to the fast guarantee to big businesses. So all these levels have to be addressed at the same time. So finance is definitely the weakest, maybe, link in the whole chain of the sector. Then it's maybe there is a lack, but we are doing it already. Most actors and the private sector is doing it, but maybe there's still a lack in supporting the competitive value chains, the right value chains, let's say, where Nigeria has an edge, where Nigeria has a competitive advantage. I was very happy to hear about the milk. It's something that I know we are going to be looking into in the coming years. But that's also maybe one of the gaps that we can work on together, helping government and all the stakeholders, to really list. Of course, production. I think, if I remember well, that's one of the agriculture is on the agenda in Nigeria. It's a priority for development in Nigeria. But there's still a gap in competitive production. Production is not yet there. Innovation, how do we bring innovation? We are going to do projects in smart agriculture and things like that, but how do you scale up together with the private sector, of course? And still, probably the supply and access to markets for farmers. Things have been done in the past with donors, government, private sector, but maybe we should again come back to that point, because if farmers cannot deliver the goods to markets quickly, and there are also all the losses, in the value, in the chain of production. You have lots of losses, harvest losses, milk losses, and all that. So these are the main gaps. Our the projects we've been implementing in the past have taught us where were the gaps. We've been addressing some of them, and we're looking into addressing more of them. But the emergency is now, and the problem is how do we step up our, activities.
Thank you so much. And now I'll just go to you, Mariska. What are some, just answering the same question, really, these gaps that need to be addressed, really getting your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think there's so many gaps, so it's difficult to point one or two out. I think maybe just speaking on behalf of Dutch government, the gap that we are going to address is the issue of youth. So it was also mentioned in the previous panel. 70% of Nigerians are younger than 30 years. So there's a huge population of young people that is willing and eager, that has the energy, that has the innovative mindset to make certain changes, but maybe doesn't have the access to the right knowledge and tools, finance, in order to do that. So one of the things we are developing now is a youth and agribusiness program together with IITA and Bob Inc., where we're going to look at training 10,000 young people between the ages of 18 and 35 on agribusiness skills, financial literacy trainings, how to set up a business, link them to mentor opportunities. And the idea is that, those people will really either start their own business, so take an innovation and make it into a company, or that they would be employed by some of the bigger players. And that's actually the same problem that we have in the Netherlands. A lot of young people don't see agriculture as an interesting lasting profession. And I think in order to have that long-term sustainability of the sector, you need to have more young people on board. I read somewhere that the average age of a smallholder farmer in sub-Saharan Africa is 55 years. That goes to show you that it's, we really have to look at young people and not just train them, but really help them to set up a business or to be employed. And indeed, it was also mentioned in the previous panel, you can only do that if there's a business case. So that's one of the gaps that we will be addressing.
Thank you so much. I like that you touch on the subject of youth because like you rightly mentioned, this is clearly an opportunity that Nigeria can leverage, particularly in the agriculture sector. So as we start to wrap up this panel, I would just like to go through from Aggie to you, Mariska, really your closing charge, your closing remark as we wrap up. What more can we do? How can we address the food crisis in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you very much. I think my really reflection, even from the morning panel and all the other conversations we've been in, is we've got the willpower for a fact. Everybody is ready to come into the playing field. We all have different assets that we can bring to the playground, and if we can learn from the COVID pandemic, what did we do with COVID is we had a coordinating office. Everybody brought their best foot forward. We had a target in terms of how do we get people vaccinated, how do we social distance, what is the playbook for agriculture? So we need to create a playbook that speaks to the planting season. Sub-Saharan Africa, unfortunately, is rain-fed. If we say we're going to mechanize today, that's a long-term play. We need medium-term and long-term play, a playbook. So we all have assets. Let's bring our assets to the table, to our coordinating table. Let's prioritize countries that are going into a planting season. Because you miss one planting season, you have a hungry country, right? Let's get all the inputs, the information. I'm calling upon specifically media houses. What are they talking about? They've got 24 hours of airplay. If we are not educating farmers on when to plant, what to plant, where to get the inputs, showcasing the profit margins in particular value chains, showcasing the opportunities for young people, what content are we putting out every day, right? Then let us measure and account for each other. I think we should stop talking and just get into the doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aggie.
Yes, well, I could not agree less. I mean, the moment is now. Many people are here. The stakeholders have more or less, agreed on many things. And so we should start doing. When I was speaking of a roadmap, well, you talk about playbook, but it's the same, really. We need to know what to do now. We need to have a clear plan on what's needed this year, this month, this year, next year, in 10 years. So that's one, of course. And collaboration, I think, is always key. And, we could just start, well, like this workshop that you're organizing today. That's one of the things we need to do more. Especially the part that comes after. Of course, the panels were good, but we need to get hands-on the problems and work together. So I cannot say anything more, I think, except that we need to collaborate more, we need to coordinate more, and we need to start doing. That's,
Yes, I fully agree. Let's get to work. Maybe one more addition to that. I think a good thing out of this crisis, and that's worldwide, is that there's more political attention to food systems. So that's a blessing in disguise after the whole Ukraine war. Now it's really high on the agenda of heads of state, of ministers, etc. So let's take that opportunity and let's also learn from other movements. Let's look at the climate change movement. That is people were able to agree at the highest level, at the head of states level, on this is where we should go. We don't want our planet to warm up more than 2 degrees. So that is our target. So I think as a food system community, if we can call it like that, if we would have a similar target, high-level vision, then it makes it easier to work together, also here in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you've said it all. You know, we need coordinated action. We need to work now. We need to come together to the table with our different skills, identify how we can support and start doing. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to this very wonderful WAMO. That's what we're calling it. Thank you very much. I think you just take a picture.
All right, well done. A round of applause for the women as well. Am I free to say it's a woman's world? Okay, questions from anybody, please? All right, Ife, I got you. So I think I need you back on stage. All right, questions. We have 2 hands up already. 3, 4. Okay. So 5. All right. Okay. So it's your call. Yeah, that's the issue. I don't know if he has microphone.
Okay. So maybe we'll have our speakers also contribute to the questions. Maybe the first question. Do we have a microphone that we can pass around? Okay, I think the person behind. And please, if you could mention who your question is directed at, so that we can also ensure that we're targeting the questions to the right people.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Kelechukwu Keze. My question is directed to all the panelists, all the discussants. One, I have to appreciate them for showing concern on issues of food insecurity in Africa, and especially in Nigeria. But I want to ask, the more efforts are put in place to address food crisis, the more we're having food crisis in Africa, which points to the fact that something is missing. There's a fundamental gap. I want to ask, in the course of their intervention in Nigeria, what indigenous model have they either designed or have thought about to address issues of food scarcity, realizing that agriculture impacts on the environment negatively, realizing that it also affects even the productivity, because the soil nutrients are even depleted as a result of this modern mechanized agriculture, exposing the farmers to use of inorganic fertilizers. So what model that are indigenous can they profile, so that when we go to the community, we begin to advocate that this is a better model that addresses issues of deforestation, issues of crop failures, issues of poverty, and not always relying on external driven ideologies and models that is not helping us here in our own context. What local model have they really come about in the course of their distance? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think we'll just take all the questions first, and then for the sake of time, I would address them to specific panelists.
I think it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I'm Dr. Dayo Kusa, a conflict transformation strategist, gender expert, and former director, Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, Abuja. Head of Department of Political Science in the 90s, Lagos State University. 2 issues I want to address. Is climate change adaptation. And the second is the issue of the farmer had a crisis. And I want to put on the table the fact that all we have discussed here this morning will come to naught if climate change adaptation is not on the front burner. I don't want to bore us, but let's put it on the table. The second is I'm a valued member from inception of FAN, Forum on Farmer Harder Crisis. And we cannot move forward in this country on agriculture if we do not solve the farmer harder crisis. I'm not saying this is a forum to solve it, but we're talking about collaboration, we're talking about innovation. Everything will come to naught if nothing comes from this forum to government about solving the farmer harder crisis. You've been in the field. The more the merrier of thinking. We should all come together and think about the farmer harder crisis so that it does obliterate all the good effort in the different silos. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we can take one more question.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Ganandru. My own is to Dr. Anthony that spoke on the breeding aspect. I think at this point in life, we should be talking of breeding for ecological specific. You breed for specific ecology because we should know very much that the soil is heterogeneous and there are many factors that actually prove that even in Nigeria things are not uniform. Then number two, we should also be looking forward to produce a package. And that package is to back up any release variety. And this one should include the recommended rate of fertilizer, the herbicide rates to be applied, and there is need at interval to revalidate the soil nutrients because most of these varieties at times they are monocropping. We plant them as monocropping, are absorbing and taking nutrients from the same zone and the same depth. Then at intervals we need to revalidate if the nutrient is still there or otherwise. And that is the only way by which we can get up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have somebody with the microphone. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Abdul Jalil Ibrahim. Like what I wanted to rightly say, the Mrs. actually started on that note. We are talking about food crisis in this conference. And I think it's going to be good if we start on what is the issue on ground presently as regarding food crisis. Insecurity is number one. Regardless of a good yield, a good seed, we're talking about extension workers, not in large quantity or enough numbers to educate farmers. All these things cannot be effective if the farmers are still not secure to go to the farm and get whatever it is or implement whatever knowledge they have been given. So on this note, I just want to say, it seems no one is talking around that aspect. So leaving that aside, and let's talk about what has been discussed today. I would rightly say, their name, Mr. Aminu, gave a wonderful presentation to me. He seems to understand everything as regards what the younger generation wants, what it takes to get people interested in having to work in a farm and all that. But there's a keynote there. He said something. He said they are collaborating. His organization or company, he said, are collaborating with the CBN. So this brings me to my question. I think it's for Ayodeji to answer this or any relevant person. How are our farmers open to access loans meant for them? How are they open to access grants meant for them? We have something called the Bank of Agriculture in Nigeria. How do the local farmers down in the village access these schemes? And they are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we have one person in the front, and
There's
we
one
would.
behind here.
Okay, so the man with the microphone, and then from the front, and that's it. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sugra from Ministry of Agriculture. And I would like to comment on several issues, really. One is the aspect that I think Mariska brought up about coordination. I've heard you, and will escalate that to the Honorable Minister and Permanent Secretary for further discussion on that. Then about the youth in agriculture, or how we bring them into the space to take up extension. You are much, I'm sure you're all aware that at some point this government tried under Empower to bring young people into extension space in the health sector and also in the agri sector. I was personally involved. Over 100,000 young people were trained. What is the private sector doing, or other people that are, intervening in this space to link up with the product of that particular program, so that we can, because government cannot do it alone. Then we're talking about extension. Agriculture is on the concurrent list. I see here only people from federal level. How are we linking up with the subnationals? Nothing is going to happen. They own the land, they own the farmers. If we don't advocate for governors to give agriculture the needed recognition and attention, it's not going to happen. We'll all be talking shop. We come, we eat the meat pie and everything and go away, and nothing changes on ground. And God help us with diabetes. So, really, we need to connect to the subnationals, and not just the state, but what is happening at the local. Am I seeing anybody from state? Excellent, excellent. Oh, local government, you're here, fantastic. So we really need to work together. Like I said, government cannot do it. Federal government's money spreads too thin. If I say I'm concentrating only in Kaduna, Abia will say marginalization. Northeast will cry marginalization. But if the state governments are doing what they're supposed to do. So I think one of the key things we need to do is advocacy. Whoever is intervening in this space, please make advocacy a key component of your intervention. And then I think I've talked about donor coordination. Then there's a model they were talking about earlier. How do we get extension again? Young people to participate, or how do we make extension last mile? Have we thought about the agro dealer in the community, the little person that has about 2 cartons of chemicals that he's selling? If we make him a focal point of where you add layers on layers upon him in terms of knowledge, in terms of linkage, let him be a buying huge companies that are buying things from the locality, let him be the one that will have the knowledge that when farmers come to buy products from him, he will tell them what to do. This is one of the models that we can use to actually have, to domesticate the extension work within the communities, and then we don't have to think of just public, but we're now going private. And the little man in the community is, and woman, by the way, I'm a gender, whatever, woman is the one doing it in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, I think that we would have to stop all comments now, but I'm happy to announce that at the end of lunch, we have breakout sessions focused on specific thematic areas that have been raised today: security, primary production, food processing, where we as stakeholders can also sit and contribute to these solutions that we're asking ourselves about. So this is a platform where you can contribute solutions, action steps that can be taken to address these issues. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to the moderator now.
All right, thank you once again, Ife. And it's about time for, what we've all been waiting for. Yes, it's time for our breakout session. Right, like finally. Phew. Okay, this session is a critical part of our engagement today, which is to develop practical roadmaps which government, private sector, and donor community can action. So, as we have heard today, curbing food crisis would require a multi-pronged approach. We must have a holistic look at the food system, consider all angles and perspectives, and listen to all voices. You can choose from the 9 breakout sessions, which will all be facilitated by industry experts. All right? So, ushers will be around with signs to direct you to the breakout sessions of your choice. As always, we would carry along our online participants who can also select the breakout rooms of their choice by clicking on the appropriate room on your screen. So start calling out the breakout sessions, and you might pick whichever one interests you. 1, Mr. Folusho Adejoru, Policy Advisor, Food Security and Climate Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands in Abuja, will be facilitating the breakout session on primary production, where you will deep dive into addressing input shortages, scaling last mile distribution, and extension support services for farmers. 2, Miss Emma Odundo of GIZ will facilitate the session on food processing, looking at fast-tracking local processing of proudly Nigeria food and alternatives to imports, and addressing the power challenges to reduce the local cost of processing. 3, for the session on distribution and logistics, Mr. Kamaldeen Raji, the MD of FX, will be facilitating a strategy for minimizing the cost of diesel and the high cost of transportation. 4, trade is a make or break for food producers, as every farmer needs market to survive. Dr. Ezra Yukusak of NEPC will facilitate the breakout on halting hoarding, price fixing, and ensuring greater transparency and accountability from farm to fork. 5, a safe and secure environment is essential for the prosperity of any society, and we see this increasingly becoming more and more of a concern. Dr. Bola Karimu, FCDO, will discuss the issues related to addressing insecurity in farming communities. And then 6, the business of food and agriculture cannot be separated from nutrition. Dr. Michael Ojo, the country director of GAIN, will be discussing the role of food fortification in curbing the looming food crisis. And then 7, Fisayo Kayode, the productivity improvement manager of the Advancing Local Dairy Development Program in Nigeria, will facilitate the livestock section, looking at driving growth and productivity in the livestock sector in an equitable and sustainable manner. And then 8, we have Mr. Andrew Smith of GIZ will facilitate the session on equity and inclusion. How do we begin to close the gender gaps and unlock female farmers' access to growth, capital, and other resources? And 9, finally, Mr. Deji Adebusue, a principal at Sahel Capital, will be facilitating the discussion on starting and scaling resilient agribusinesses. So these are the 9 breakout sessions. The facilitators should kindly come up on stage so we can, take a photo, and then, we break out into sessions. Like I said earlier on, the ushers will be here with, should I call it placard or so? They've gotten it there, so you choose whichever group that interests you at this moment. So please, the facilitators that I've called out earlier on should kindly make it down to the stage. Thank you very much, and we look forward to your active participation in the breakout sessions. Okay, you have a question? Show of hands. Okay. The numbers are different to the ones on the screen. Okay, can you hold your numbers up? Like, very different. The facilitators are here now. 6. One person is missing. One person isn't here. From all again? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to repeat it again, just in case we're not clear with the first one I did. One, Mr. Folusho Adejoro, Policy Advisor, Food Security and Climate Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands in Abuja. He'll be facilitating the breakout session on primary production, where... Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, so follow what is on the screen. We'll leave the screens up, so it's easier that way. Thank you. Yes. Okay, the breakout sessions is going to be inside this room, right in here. We're not going anywhere. It's going to be right inside this room. Okay, 7, 8, 9 are behind. All right, the curtain here. 7, 8, 9 are behind this curtain. The discussion will happen in this room. We're not going anywhere, just that 7, 8, 9 are behind that curtain. And then the usher with number 6, the placard 6. Where's 6? 6 is right there.
Everyone settle down. You only have an hour for your breakout session, and you have a lot to accomplish. It's a good networking opportunity, but it's also a time to come up with a roadmap, and you're going to get some material. Work. So please settle down into your breakout sessions. After the breakout session, we'll have the debrief, and then we'll have lunch and close. So please settle down so we can actually have a very impactful time together. And we apologize again for the layout of the room, but we'll try to maximize the time we have together so that we have every voice heard. In your rooms, you're going to get the instructions for the breakout session from the facilitator, right? And we need to move swiftly into action plans. So if you're making contributions, let them be direct, action-oriented. We're not talking about problems. Anybody who opens their mouth to talk about problems, the facilitator will shut it down. We want solutions, what you're doing, what is working, and ideas you have for what can be done. Okay? Is it clear to everybody? Please settle down quickly into a breakout session so that we can have your voice heard. So Fisayo Kayode is ready. Fisayo Kayode, livestock, right? I see they are settled down. Ola, what is your group? Agribusiness, scaling agribusiness, and the facilitator is Deji Adebusoyo. You're ready? Fantastic. Who else is ready? Obinna, what is your group? Production? Logistics. Okay, fantastic. Are you ready? Is your group seated? Fantastic. I see still group 3 is not seated. Group 3. Group 3, please join group 3. What is group 3's focus? Okay. Equity and inclusion. Gender equity, closing the gender gap, very important. I'm disappointed with the turnout.
Thank you. Dr. Bola Karimu, please, okay. And Fisayo Kayode, Mr. Andrew Smith, Mr. Deji Adebusoye, and also Dr. Michael Ojo. Please kindly come forward. Let's have you here on stage. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can we fill up the seats in the main hall so that we don't have empty chairs? For the sake of the video, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, Mr. Kamaldeen Raji, is he here? Okay, kindly come forward, please. 5 minutes. I wanted to break it down to 3 minutes, but...
Diesel, it's on, it's more or less like an external factor that anyone can consider because it's primarily controlled by the federal government, then to the marketers or whoever is handling it. But can we leverage 2-3 things? And that is to say, we speak to storage facility because a lot of us from that group spoke to their experience, and even after paying big money to send whatever they have from one location to the other, that most of those stock, especially perishable, get to location, the drop point at 0, and they are fully exposed to repaying whatever the cost is to the person buying from the other end. So what we discussed was, one, can we put ourselves in cooperatives or groups? Groups that will say Thursday is a major market from this axis, and if I'm sending just 2 metric tons, there's 15 other guys that are sending 2 metric tons, or 5 other guys that are doing 10, 5, 3, 2, and making up a truck, so that whatever you're aggregating that day is not sleeping over in the market, it's get out of the market that same day, and it can get to somewhere. With that, if the cost of logistics from Kano to Gombe is 180,000, then you know this is going to be shared by 4 or 5 people, and it will be better for everyone. Then the other thing is we need to leverage technology so that whosoever is picking up will not be calling you ahead of time to say, I've gone there, they are not there, this is not here. You leverage technology, put up a tracker on it, on the truck. You make sure that whichever truck, whenever you are using any truck, that truck is insured, get good in transit insurance, so that if there is a mistake, if there is a loss anywhere, you can get a way to get your money back. 2. 3 is reorientating ourselves around how to handle post-harvest stock. That is, how best do you handle it? We got an experience from someone that said, because of the rain, whenever it's sending grain across anywhere now, it needs to buy a polythene bag. Apart from the usual white bag that we know, you buy like a nylon bag, put it inside, then put up the stock, the grain inside that nylon bag, put it in a PP bag, then you sow it. Even if there's rain, you can see across board that our major fertilizer companies, they are doing this. And it makes the fertilizer to stay for a while too. Then lastly is, how do we equip ourselves to meet up with the exigencies of this time? In the very closest site, we are not seeing anything coming back to, diesel used to be 180, 200, but it's over 800 today. And there's no government policy that speaks to, before or post-election, that diesel will come to 600. So what do we do? Can we speak to organized transporters to make sure that whenever we need to send out anything, they get us everything needed? and because of their knowledge of whatever you are sending across, especially for food, they can handle it better. God is good can be proud to say they can move anybody anywhere today. What is someone looking at to be like God is good, providing 5 metric tons truck, 10 metric tons truck to move on daily basis from major markets to Lagos or to any part in the south where the market is? And with all this, we can reduce costs, we can begin to see collaboration working out, we can increase our networks, and definitely there can be a way out of this preponderance problem of diesel cost.
Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. But I'm going to challenge you because see, he's the first person to go, so please, other presenters, what we need is for you to say, these are the 3 things we agreed in our group. 1, what I heard you say is 1, we're going to foster a collaborative approach to diesel collection and distribution using technology. And AFEX is going to do X, Y, and Z by X, Y, and Z dates.
So we had a goal.
Number 2, no, you still have to come back. I'm repeating. I heard what you said, but it wasn't action-oriented, and I didn't see any. You mentioned God is good. Are they in the room?
Not yet.
So we're giving them work, but they're not here. So what I would like is very actionable, concrete suggestions. Who is going to do what by when? And if the person is not in the room, or the agency is not in the room, what we want them to do by when. Okay. Because what we're collecting, which we're going to present to all the ministers that were represented here, as well as the development partners, is a very clear action plan and what we need them to do and what we ourselves are going to do. Otherwise, it becomes another talk shop. So we're going to come back to you.
All right.
Your work is not done. The team needs that very practical action step. Okay?
Noted.
Let's give him a round of applause. So it means that the next set of people coming up know they have 5 minutes and it has to be action-oriented. So when you start telling me the diesel price is 600, it's not going to come down, that's not action-oriented. Is it clear? Very. Sorry, I'm going to be a teacher. So who is ready to go next? Who can take on the challenge of excellence? Thank you. Michael Ojo Gain, please give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Ndidi. Thank you, everyone. I stood up not because I'm going to deliver exactly what Ndidi has asked, but I think it's better to go early. So the group that we were in was talking about food fortification as a solution to our nutrition, to our food security and nutrition security problems. And we had a mix of people, and partly the reason why the actions what we agreed broadly was, let us actually identify those solutions. And to the extent that we can, what we in the group can do with them, but also recognizing that we need other people to really get this down. So please bear with me. The first thing that we decided was food fortification, and we talked about two types, large-scale fortification and biofortification. Part of the reason why we should really be talking about food systems rather than, different components of this problem. So we need a system thinking around this, and some of that is in the recommendations. The first one is about inputs. Currently, Ministry of Agriculture provide free inputs, seeds, stems, especially for now we're talking about biofortification. But what we realized from the conversation was it is nowhere near what we need in terms of the volumes. So what do? We have institutes like NIFOR, like IITA and others who are supporting some of SIP. We need to find ways through government, and that's through the Ministry of Agriculture, but also through the Seed Council, to expand the potential for these organizations to create outgrower schemes or other schemes that would help to expand this capacity. Otherwise, we will not be able to get to the scale that we need. So that, and then the second question around that was, it's currently free. Should it continue to be free? I think we need a policy conversation with government on this between Ministry of Agric, Ministry of Trade, and other ministries that are involved to see whether currently we have it for free. Can we do that for some time, but move very, very clearly towards a commercial basis for how these seeds come on the market very soon, so that we don't have two markets. Currently we have free, and then we have the market-based ones. Number two, very quickly, was around collaboration between the MDAs. So when people started talking, it was clear that Ministry of Agriculture is doing something on large-scale fortification or biofortification. Ministry of Trade is doing something. They have conversations through some of their value chain associations who help them to come up with policy. But there's still a big gap, because they then go off and do their own things. And an example was like somebody who wants to invest in biofortified crops, gets inputs from Ministry of Agric, potentially needs some equipment that they will speak to Ministry of Agric to support them with, maybe to buy or to part fund. Ministry of Trade also are dealing with the same person from an industrial, production processing perspective. But there's no real connection between the investments that government is making on both sides. So Ministry of Trade might invest in some people, Agric invest in some people, both of them are not connected. And so some are producing, some are looking for inputs. So we need to find ways of bringing them more closer together. And so maybe we need some value chain, interdepartmental, interministerial systems that we can put forward. Again, we couldn't really drill down on what would that look like, but this is a solution going forward. Number three, or number four, I think I'm on to now. We actually came up with a really good idea. Homegrown school feeding, and thinking about, especially biofortification, but also large-scale fortification, but maybe more biofortification. They have OFSP and some of these other kind of crops within the range of foods that they produce. But we can use the homegrown school feeding as an off-taker, a market, to create a system around the production for some of these crops, whether it's vitamin A cassava, or maize, or potato, orange fleshy potato, which are staples, within state systems, because these things are state-based. And if we can identify about 3 or 4 states where we can start this work, then we can see how that works, connecting the farmers with inputs from Ministry of Agric, connecting them with support for processing through FMITI, connecting them with the market that the homegrown school feeding provides in the state. So we have a system that we can hopefully then see begin to translate. Number 5, sensitization.
30 seconds left.
Thank you. Sensitization and awareness. We are talking about deficiencies that are still at really worrying levels. But we have solutions in large-scale fortification, in biofortification, but are people aware? And people were talking about the kind of sensitization that came around salt iodization in the 90s when it was introduced, around vitamin A and I's in the 20s. We need something that big and that national to get people back onto understanding the importance of this issue. So I'm not sure where that sits. It could be with government, but it has to be government-led, because the private sector don't necessarily have an incentive to do this. Finally, markets. We've talked about all of this, but it has to be in the context of markets. If the markets are not there for biofortified crops, people are not going to grow them. So a lot of work still needs to be done to create new products, and which then become the markets for these crops, so that we can connect them to the production. Sorry, Ndidi, I may not have fulfilled all your
So is GAIN taking these responsibilities on?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
I don't want to talk too much about
So on the website after this, we'll have all the action plans and the contact details for the anchor organization, and in your case, it's GAIN.
Yes, and there's a paper that you will find.
Fantastic
which gives you
paper.
a lot more.
Exactly. So that paper is going to be sent to all the participants from this conference, and the next steps will be from GAIN. Please give Michael Ojo a round of applause. Madam, are you ready? Are you going to do are you going to follow the plan?
I will try.
5 minutes. Thank you. Please introduce yourself and your group.
Okay, thank you. My name is Emma Odundo. I work for GIZ NICOP. I was in Group 8, where we were looking at food processing. And so some of the action points that we agreed on, it may not exactly follow your format, madam, but please bear with us. One of the things that we looked at is the fact that in the processing space, already there is a lot in terms of the government initiatives that are there. So we had very strong representatives from the Ministry of Agriculture, FMITI, and they were able to talk about, some of the initiatives that the government already has that need to be exploited, but people or processors are not just exploiting because of lack of information. So one of the key points that we agreed on is that there is need to create awareness in terms of what support exists within the government ministries that small-scale processors and anybody who wants to get into the processing space can actually harness. Some of these included duty waivers on raw materials, on machinery, also things like, tax holidays, which already exist, but so many of us are not aware of. So there is need to create awareness around this, and government, development agencies that are working in the processing space can actually partner with the government ministries to be able to create awareness around this. And that is an action point that can be taken. Then we also looked at how really, because we are aware of the fragmentation on the processing sector, because you find there are so many SMEs that are existing within the sector, and you really bringing them together even for regulation becomes a challenge. So the cluster approach is something that we discussed at length as one of the solutions that can actually provide a platform upon which a number of things can be actually channeled to processors within the landscape in Nigeria. So the clusters approach for support, whether it is in terms of organizing the processors in a way that they can be trained, or organizing them for information dissemination. Cluster approach is something that, yes, as GIZ, yes, we are doing that, and it's something that I can commit to, that we are actually already in that space. Then there was also the issue of, moving away from the traditional funding mechanisms, because access to finance is a challenge. So how can we be able to bring in innovative kind of, funding initiatives into this space? Something that will make us run away from the traditional loans that sometimes require collaterals. There are young people that want to engage in that space, and if you look at collaterals, probably they don't have that. Again, innovative funding initiatives is a way forward that our group was able to discuss. Then we also realized that sometimes there is very little or very weak follow-up systems. Development agencies, for example, create a lot of initiatives around processing. Sometimes they even invest in technological innovations, where you find, multi-million dollar equipment has been set up in a specific community. But you go back to that community 2, 3 months, 5 months, 1 year down the line, that facility is there, it is not being used, and nobody's doing anything about it. So again, strengthening the follow-up systems that we have, mostly as development agencies, but at the same time, private sector actors that are probably working or teaming up with development agencies, the government themselves, we need to really strengthen
30 seconds
the follow-up.
left.
Then there was also need for audit to just be able to find out, what is existing where. That is a challenge that was also mentioned, but then there is a lot of opportunity in audit and finding out, what would be available. Use of technology, I can't belabor that, because through the technology we can be able to disseminate information. We can be able to also, support issues of aggregation, support issues of market access, and the rest. Then I think the last thing that I would want to point out is creating the space for private sector, involvement. That is something that it's not just, it is non-negotiable, because we realize that the government funding is competing with various sectors, and therefore there is a huge space for the private sector involvement, especially in processing, and we need to bring more of the private sector involvement in this. I think that is what I have from my
Thank you so much. Yes. So I heard one clear commitment, GIZ, in clustering and support, I'll also add another commitment from the Africa Food Changemakers that we're willing to partner with FMITI and Ministry of Agriculture to have first Thursdays devoted to the tax holidays, information sharing, but we'll pick a few: incentives, tax holidays, waivers, duty waivers, because getting those are not easy. I can tell you as an SME. So we need them to also make it easier, but we can commit. So all the SMEs here who are not on Africa Food Changemakers, please get on, because we're going to be partnering to take some of these on as a commitment, right? Between now and the end of the year. Thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause. I hope we're getting better. It keeps getting better. GIZ has made some commitments. AFEX, before he leaves, he'll make some commitments. Gain has made some commitments. Let's hear from you, sir. 5 minutes, please. You're not giving them rounds of applause to encourage them.
Good afternoon. My name is Folusho Adejoro. I work at the Netherlands Embassy, and for my group, we were trying to look at the issues around input shortages and how to address them. There are 4 action points, if you put it that way, that we agreed could help address these input shortages. The first here is the role of aggregators or off-takers of commodities. So we believe strongly that they can work with the farmers to provide inputs and also to aggregate these products at the time of harvest. And as a commitment, the Nasarawa Agro-Commodity Company, NASACO, is committed to working with 50,000 farmers in Nasarawa State starting this year, and then by next year also provide input loans in form of inputs to 20,000 farmers and have the market available. So
thank you. So Nasarawa State government was here and they made that commitment?
Nasarawa's Agro-Commodity Company.
Agro-Commodity Company. Thank you.
All right. The second is looking at the farmers as major stakeholders themselves. So what is an impediment to accessing inputs? And we agreed in the group that farmers would attract more investment to themselves if they work in groups, and then make sure those groups are properly run, and then they can access extension services. And now looking at climate change, it's important that they also learn sustainable practices, looking at, say, composting and agroforestry. So farmers, as the stakeholders themselves, also have a role to play.
So was there any farmer organization that made a commitment, or AGRA, or any FMAD? Because that one is too broad. That one is...
well, we had a group, I can't remember the name, but I'm sure it's led by Iliasu and a doctor.
Okay, so you get back to us.
Yes,
otherwise, it's a very nebulous action point.
Okay, so I'll get that, and then the final is with the financial institutions themselves. Even though they are not here, it's important that they know that they have a role to play in understanding agriculture. All right, it's not enough to just have an agri team and post someone there because it needs to be promoted to the next level. We need financial institutions to understand the role they play and what the pain points are for the farmers and how to better develop products to address. Thank
the
you.
Financial institutions were here. Stanbic.
Not in our group.
Oh, not in your group.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
But that's the work we think that they would...
okay, thank you. So like my brother from AFEX, you still have some work to do. Only one action point had a clear owner. Come back to you. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. The reason I'm pushing for ownership is otherwise the idea goes out there and it floats. And when we meet again, you guys will say this was a talk shop, right? And we want to be able to come back to our participants to say this is what has happened since the conference. It gives people hope. It makes them believe that there's progress and that their ideas are being heard. Do you understand? Otherwise, if we call you next year, you say it was a waste of your time. So I don't mean to pick on everybody. I'm just saying we really need to push on that. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ndidi. Right, so my name is Bola Karimo. I work with the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office at UK government. So in my group was group 6, and we spoke about security and safety and how to address insecurity in farming community. I'm afraid in terms of commitment, it might be quite difficult because of the nature of the security architecture in Nigeria. But I think one way of kind of showing commitment would be to leverage on the strength of the development community. The UK government is very active as part of the international development community in Nigeria. We lead the key political partners group, which consists of UK, US, Canada, and a couple of other friendly countries, as I might call them. So we can potentially leverage on those. So I won't go into sort of specificity in terms of how to commit to this, yeah. So we did recognize that security sits at the heart of everything, that we're discussing today, whether you're looking at facilitating investments into Nigeria, FDIs, or financial flow from Lagos up north. At the moment, Kaduna State is almost impossible to work with for us in terms of the nature of risk priority in Nigeria. So there's a lot of issues, beyond the immediate with regards to insecurity in Nigeria, and it's quite complex. We're not just faced with a single type of insecurity. It comes in different shapes and forms, from terrorism in the northeast to banditry, to kidnapping, to ritual killings, and it's evolving, and the incident cases are getting more and more, by the day. Anytime you open your TV station, there's always something negative with regards to insecurity on the line. We do recognize the fact that the federal government is doing a lot with regards to interventions. So we had the National Livestock Transformation Plan, which Sahel, I think, is involved in. There are grazing reserve and commercial ranching ideas that have been broached. There are issues around land use policy, drawing on AU's African Union's Green Wall Initiative. There's a lot as well around kinetic military actions. But the question is, how effective have all these various interventions been in addressing insecurity, particularly in farming community, because the vulnerabilities are still there. Like Mrs. Doe said this morning, it's about the 3 C's, COVID-19, climate change, and on top of that is a different layer, which is about crisis. And the crisis in this case comes, as I said, in a very complex format. So in winning the battle against insecurity, it's a collective action, right at the center, all the way to the state and at the local government level. So we, within the group, we spoke a lot. People drew on their own personal experiences.
You have 2 minutes left.
Yeah, I think I'm writing on the fact that I'm not committing to anything, so I'm just...
Is that the strategy?
Right, so one area that we felt was very important is to devolve the notion of intelligence gathering. At the moment, we feel it's so centralized at the very federal level, and if this can be devolved to the grassroots, to the chieftaincy level, to the religious leaders level, and build a framework around that, and also structure that flow of information from the grassroots to the security apparatus, that will really enhance the credibility of intelligence gathering within that space and enhance the response. And also within that as well, it's about trust. Because if I myself as a religious leader give you information and you don't act on it, that kind of break down the trust between the grassroots level and the central security agency. Now, the other issue was around border control, because our border, the reality is that it's very porous. So there's a Sahel issue here beyond Nigeria. So issue of terrorism or banditry is not about Nigeria itself. It's about the entire Sahel region, which I think is very important. Burkina Faso, Mali, small arm, light arm, getting into Nigeria very, very easily. So we suggested within the group that there's a need for the federal government working with the relevant security apparatus to really deploy technologies like drones and build capacity of the border force in combating the menace of insecurity. And then lastly, very importantly, it's about inclusive dialogue. That is very critical. It's not about the federal government's issue, it's about all a collective issue, and we have to all work together to ensure that we tackle this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I will give you a little pass because insecurity is tough. But I would say that you in your role at FCDO, there are a few critical things you can take. And we'll be coming back to you with what you're committing to between now and December. Because if we're going to get ahead of this food crisis, we can't wait. And with the elections, insecurity is only going to worsen. So We need some concrete actions, just like my brother from AFEX, my sister from GIZ. We're coming back to you with some concrete actions. All right, Madam. I'm sure Madam is going to blow us away with some very practical action steps. Thank you. Give her a round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. I send you greetings from the Executive Director and CEO, Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Barrister Dr. Ezra Yakusak, who is unavoidably absent, but made it possible for me to be here. Well, thank you, Ndidi, for always inviting us. Where we facilitated with Amina, we looked at the curtailing wastages, and in tandem with the mandate of Nigerian Export Promotion Council, we are looking at market. If there is a market, then there is hope. And if we are talking about market, we looked at the market drives production. So we are talking about product-market combination, value addition, which is what the federal government of Nigeria is looking at. If you add value, you sell at a premium, you are sure your products will go to a higher price. The farmer, everybody we are talking of sustainability, we are talking about traceability, we are talking about certification, and then we are talking about everybody being happy. But then, to make it happen, what are those things that has to be done? Very, very critical. And we are talking about information gap, we are talking about knowledge gap, and we are not talking about closing the competency gap. If you are talking about the information gap, a lot of people don't know that what they have is gold. Talking about cassava, it can be put into many derivatives. Talking about ginger, it can be put into many derivatives. How does this happen? So, information is there. There has to be training, not just training. We are talking about handheld coaching training. You coach. And when you are coaching, you are demystifying whatever they think is not possible, make it possible. Then we're talking about the knowledge. They need to know what the market wants, how they want it, in what form, when. Very, very important. And with that, the SMEs will be able to draw up their marketing plan. You must plan. If you don't plan, you are bound to fail. I take an example of cashew that has just 3 months. 3 months and the season is off. So if you are talking about that, you have to think very, very far away. Then product development is key.
Madam, 1 minute, and
Yes.
I haven't heard who is taking on knowledge, information,
We are
competency
coming.
gap.
Be patient.
1 minute.
We are going to take NEPC. We take that about training. That is our core competence. Training in terms of export market. We will train, and we will also share on packaging and labeling for export market. Okay?
Yes.
I can go. Yes.
So NEPC is doing all the action steps.
No, we're not doing all the action steps.
Okay,
I
who
think
else?
Since I had some members that contributed, the onus is on me to share what we said.
1 more minute.
Yes. That's why I took us through this memory lane. In fact, we talk things like innovative finance, but there's no need to repeating it right here. What I said NEPC can take in terms of product development for export. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam. There's a lot of hope and promise in this space, which is value addition, and we think there's a huge role to play. Thank you so much, sir. Let's give him a round of applause. I believe you're also from GIZ, and you took on gender, closing the gender gap.
It's all about, well, no, I'll take issue with that. My name's Andrew Smith. I work with GIZ, but equity and inclusion, whether you're a 10-year-old boy or a 10-year-old girl living on water
Fantastic.
and Maggie every day, you're vulnerable.
Thank you,
So we want
thank
to bring
you.
everyone along.
Thank
So
you.
It was interesting in that we had no politicians in our group, we had no captains of industry in our group, we had the people who are actually living at the coalface and having to hustle and solve their own problems. So the solutions which we're going to come up with are quite pragmatic and they're quite realistic, but they actually reflect the vision, the processes the World Bank would promote, FAO would promote, IFC would promote, and which Nigeria is signed up to. So I think it's important that we do recognize the fact, I will say women, but by women I mean the vulnerable. We need to recognize the fact that one of the primary drivers of the informal market are women, and it's accepted. It's not very interesting, it's not very sexy, but we don't have any numbers. So at some point we need to do some sort of critical analysis of the real value addition they have on the Nigerian economy so that they can gain their place at the table and demonstrate the fact that without them this country will fall apart increasingly. And the majority of their tasks are in value addition. If you're looking at addressing post-harvest losses, they're the ones that are small-scale processing, drying, cutting, splitting, spice blending, making money for their family. They never stop, but it's a business and it does have a bearing on the way your economy gets through day to day. So what can we do in the next 9 to 12 months? I think at local level, no highfalutin national policy, no grand schemes. At local level, opportunities exist to use technology to actually look at the activities taking place within growing communities, within farmsteads. Use this data through some sort of phone app. You could crowdsource it. It's something that we've looked at on GIZ. But that data defines the economies of production. We know the amount of land. We know what's being grown. We know the demographics. We know how many women there are. We know how many men there are. We know what their likely demands are going to be in the future. But having that critical information located in a space means that we can then promote that. Those communities which have that information have a competitive advantage over others that don't do it. It's not expensive, it's not difficult, it'll take coordination. Where the data rests is an issue. But it was also highlighted that, soil productivity is diminishing, but the actual people involved at the grassroots are using mulching, they're using organic solutions, but they're not using it well, and the policy is not being promoted at state level. There's no investment at state level to encourage it, but it is a way to mitigate some of the risks that they're facing in the forward. So, what can the organizations do? We need to sort of define and refine the role of women in post-processing, create the space for them, create the investment opportunities for them in post-processing, because they have the skills, they have the commitment, they have the entrepreneurship to actually make a difference. We need to help the actors to coordinate the information which we should be able to generate so that we can then create these business models. If we can create these local business models, we should be looking at supporting access to finance at a smaller scale. Some of these communities may be looking at thousands of dollars, not the sort of $1 million tickets that you need. And the resources, we need some sort of local staff development and mentoring. Maybe they're going to be in sort of agricultural outreach programs. Maybe it's going to be NGOs. Maybe it's going to be the donors setting these things up at local level. But they can develop the manuals, they can develop the training schemes, they can develop the applications that are needed that are again going to feed back into this centralized database. And then that allows us to catalog the scale and the potential and to maybe catalyze change at ward level. We could do these sort of initiatives for 10 hectares of land in every ward in Nigeria in the next 6 months. It's not going to transform Nigeria, but it's an opportunity.
Fantastic. So can I ask you, GIZ, which of these ones can you coordinate? Is it the data piece or the business model one? Because
both.
Both. Okay, fantastic. So give GIZ a round of applause. They will coordinate the data and the business model piece. And I think we can actually support you, Sahel, in the gender data piece, because that's huge. And then I think we think through how we can get... No, I know. So let's just... I'm saying gender and inclusivity, but let's also think about how to involve donors who are all working on economic empowerment and inclusion so that they streamline effort towards these targeted approaches. But I like that if we have data around what women contribute at the local level and actually quantify their contributions, it makes such a strong argument for financing, for investment, etc. So that's very practical. Let's give him a round of applause. Deji.
All right, it's not the best to be the last in this.
You're not the last. You still have a few people
okay,
who...
brilliant, perfect. So,
go ahead.
All right, so the name is Deji, representing the starting and scaling resilient agribusinesses. So basically, I mean, the things we discussed has to do with all the issues we are facing in the agribusiness sector, issues of the Russia-Ukraine war, COVID, and all these issues. We know the impact they're having on agribusinesses. So, but I'll go straight to some of the solutions that we discussed. So one of the things we talked about was the fact that there are so many, more or less like incubators that discuss or help companies to get more solid in the industry, to be able to learn the ropes. But the problem is that once they are done with all those training and education that they go through, that's usually the end of it. We feel that there's a need for mentoring, there's a need to handhold, more or less like the Y Combinators of the sector. So, with respect to that, there are organizations like African Food Changemakers that are already doing things in that regard. So I'm committing on behalf of Ramat and the team that they are going to be able to factor, some of those into the mix. But I think from my own perspective, I'm also nominating myself to be a mentor to that kind of program. If it eventually evolves to that. Then we also talked about price visibility. So we talked about following the money. That if you actually follow all the way from the consumers to the farmers, instead of just dwelling on the problems with the farmers, we will be able to resolve those issues. And one of the things we talked about in terms of following the money is in terms of getting price visibility for commodities and resources. Many people cannot plan. You cannot plan your investments, upfront if you don't have that kind of clear visibility. Now, the problem here is I'm not sure who we are going to commit to this because there was nobody in the group to. Okay, FX is already committing to this. Brilliant.
FX.
Thank you very much. He says you are clear. All right. So that's one thing we discussed. Two more. We talked about value chain specific financial products. I think somebody mentioned, I can't remember where, I think it was the gentleman here, that a lot of banks and financial institutions don't understand agriculture. Sahel Capital, we can say that we understand, and as a result, most of the products that we've put out in the market, they have been tailored to the needs and the cycle of the of farmers and people in this sector. And I think it's something we'll just do a bit more, not just making sure that we are putting the products out there, but I think from an education and information point of view, just to let people be aware of those kind of products. Earlier yesterday, I was still talking to a lady in the ag sector, but she's very particular about interest loan, and I'm like, look, from some of the things we are doing, we are very flexible and we might be able to accommodate such even into the picture. So we'll be more, we'll try and see how we can be more broad facing in terms of finding a solution to that problem. Then the last thing is in terms of insurance. Now, this cuts across everything, whether it's in terms of trust, the farmers trusting the system to get payback from the issues that they're having, or even after they understand the kind of products that are available, the kind of premiums to pay. So it's a big problem. And when productivity is affected, agribusinesses at the end of the value chain, they're affected. They can't offtake, there's no products to process. So this one, I thought hard about it, on what we can do. At least there's a program myself and Sugra, she's sitting here, a part of the CALA program. And one of the things we are doing is we are doing a project where we're working with smallholder farmers in a part of the country to access solar powered irrigation pumps just to be able to grow their crops. And one of the things I think we will do is there are one or two people in my group that are into insurance, and we'll see how we can put in some of that into the pilots just to see at a pilot scale, and then if it works, we'll be able to hand over to other organizations that will be able to scale that ongoing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deji, I want to ask you one, if you can take on another one, coming out of what you said. Have a convening for banks and insurance companies. Sahel Capital can do this, where you do Agriculture 101. How do you fund in agriculture? Can you guys commit to doing this between now and the end of the year? It can be a small group, but the heads of agriculture for the major banks and the major insurance companies.
Okay. Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you.
Last but not the least, our darling Fisayo Kayode, Productivity Improvement Manager of Aldine.